Good morning. Welcome to the fifth hearing of the Committee's inquiry into the ability of local governments to fund infrastructure and services. I acknowledge the Kamilaroi Gomeroi people of the Kamilaroi Nation, the traditional custodians of the lands on which we're meeting today, pay my respect to elders past and present, and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us here today. My name is Emily Saval and I'm the chair of the committee. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. Welcome, and thank you very much for making time to give evidence today to this inquiry. If I could ask you both to start from my left with you, Mr. Chaffey, to state your name, position, title, and swear either the oath or the affirmation.
My name's Jamie Chaffey. I'm the Mayor of Gunnedah Shire Council and the Chairman of New South Wales Country Mayors Association. And I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Russell Webb, Mayor of the Tamworth Regional Council, also on the Executive of Country Mayors Association. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. And would either of you like to start by making an opening statement?
Yes, I would. Thank
Thanks.
you. Well, firstly, I want to thank the committee for coming to Tamworth. It's really important when there are committees, whether they're upper house, lower house, or whatever the mix might be, of inquiries at a state level, that we believe, a Country Mayors Association, that hearings are held out in the region, so there's an opportunity not just for us in local government, but for those in our communities that are deeply affected by whatever that issue might be. And I say that in anticipation of the locations being nominated shortly for the Rural Crime Inquiry, and we're hopeful that that might be the case, not only for Tamworth, but also for further afield communities that are affected. Country Mayors Association, we believe, is the peak body for advocacy for councils in rural and regional areas. We represent 89 councils now out of a possible 92 councils that don't fit into, that fit into our category, that are not metropolitan councils. Our advocacy is based on an annual survey where our members tell us what the largest issues are that they're dealing with at this point in time. We do that every April. And a lot of the issues that we will talk about this morning relate to the single biggest issue both last year and this year's survey as well, which is financial sustainability of local government. It is by far and wide the biggest issue that our members tell us that they're dealing with, and the conflict within their own councils, their own communities, and then sometimes their own household around the impacts on them as individuals as well in fulfilling their role as a elected member within their communities around their financial sustainability. So we do welcome it. We have put a submission forward that was endorsed by the Executive of Country Mayors Association. I believe it's somewhere around halfway through the submissions, over 150 that were received, and we hope that you've had the opportunity to read through that information. Did you want to say that?
Thanks, Jamie. Look, I can only support what Mayor Jamie Chaffey has said, and just to add to that, that the financial stresses that are now being placed on our local government bodies across New South Wales are increasing at an exponential rate, and we're seeing that at many of the meetings we go to and hearing from many of the mayors that the challenges they're facing and their councils are facing, and we're going backwards at quite a rate of knots. And one of the big imposts, of course, is the cost shifting from state and federal government, but more state government onto local government in terms of some of the services and some of the costings that they're now starting to apply and leverage back to us. A good example, I think, last year was the emergency services levy that had previously been funded to a degree. And of course, last year, most of the councils, well, all of the councils, had a big impact on that themselves. So that, along with others, it's also adds up to about $460 per ratepayer across our local government area local government New South Wales. So it's a massive impost on the ratepayers. In terms of the, and I'm finding it here at the moment too, in terms of the impact on people that stand for council and in particular mayors, the pushback that we're getting, the attitude from the population, the general population towards elected members when they hear that they're going to have some services cut, and at the same time they're also hearing that we're going to put rates up to try and cover some of those costs. We have many councils that have been to IPART for increases. We have many councils, I think there'll be an influx next year following the election, where councils will actually go hand in hand and apply for special rate variations, waiting until that election is finished this year so that they can go with 4 years ahead of them. I'll use our example here in Tamworth. We did it this year, but probably a wise move in some ways and a silly move in others. But the fact is that the residents and the ratepayers around the regions of New South Wales are really cranky, and they're getting crankier. And there's been a real mindset change. I think it's sort of come about since COVID a bit. People have been feeling the pinch a bit, and of course now they're seeing service levels drop, they're seeing rates potentially having to go up, and so many councils in New South Wales are really going backwards. And I think that impact is being felt by everyone in the regions, probably to a lesser degree, but it's still being felt by those in the city.
Madam Chair, if I could just add one last thing that I did forget, and that is originally when the Premier did task IPART with doing the investigation into the financial modelling, and then that swapped, a lot of our members were quite concerned about why it was taken from IPART and then put to a parliamentary committee. Since then, the explanation from the Premier that it's about trying to get some outcomes faster and some change on the ground is certainly very much welcomed by our members. So we look forward to the hearings completing, the report coming out, and anticipate there'll be some great recommendations that will make a difference to our members.
Thank you. We'll now move to questions. Dr. Amanda Conn? Yep.
Thank you so much for both your time today, and particularly Councillor Webb for hosting us in this beautiful building. It's much appreciated. My first question is about cost shifting, which you've both mentioned in your opening statements. Local government New South Wales has done a wonderful job of quantifying that at a state level, but can you give us some local examples of costs that your councils are having to bear now that they might not have previously?
Cost shifting's been around. I've been in local government a long time, and I can remember in the late 90s and the early 2000s, cost shifting was a real issue at that point in time. And I think there's been such a variety of areas where cost shiftings occurred. In some cases, and I'll just use some examples, in some cases there will be some programs that are delivered to our community through state funding with the support of local government. And as those programs move on, as the years go on, you'll see the funding for those programs become less and less and less, and local government has to pick up the difference. I think some road safety officers were appointed many years ago, and of course fully funded by Transport New South Wales, or it would have been under a different name then. Over about 3 or 4 years, the funding arrangements for those changed to a point where local government had to fund those positions on their own. And in case, with many councils that did have those road safety officers, they just had to stop that program, and they just couldn't afford it into the future. So little things like that they all add up. As I said, the emergency services levies last year were a massive impact on local government, and I think we've spoken about that in the past. But there is a lot of different, and I'm probably a bit it's a bit hard for me to start talking about so many of them. I don't have a list of them in front of me, but the list would be as long as my arm for the last 10 years. And it's been successive governments that have done this.
So just to add to that, in our submission we talk about many different aspects of of cost shifting. A lot of those are detailed in the report from Local Government New South Wales that Mayor Webb referred to. Particularly, I guess, some of the more recent discussions that are being had indicate that there's no change. The cost shifting that has happened over decades and decades in local government. In fact, I'm sure it almost feels like a sport for some MPs that if we need to fix state budget, we'll see what we can shift onto local government. That certainly is the mood. It might not be the intent, but it certainly is a mood against or to most of our members when it seems to be just another one of the cemetery conversation is another one. Just recently there's some more about water safety around dams as well, which will come back to a responsibility of local government. And the problem is, I mean, we are the best located in our communities, particularly in regional communities, to provide these services. We understand that. And we won't shy away from that responsibility. But what we ask is that if there's an extra task, we actually have the remuneration, the funds to be able to deliver on what those services are. Because our communities look to us to provide those services, any extra services outside the base services that people know and love us for what we do around roads, rates, rubbish, libraries, pools, parks, gardens. That's our core business. But in a lot of our smaller communities, it's our responsibility because no one else will do things like some of our smaller communities, aged care, childcare facilities, provide homes for doctors, even rent-free premises for doctors, if we want to have those other services. And we know we're the best to provide it, but without having support from state or Commonwealth government to be able to provide those, then we get into this cycle of a special rate variation is required to be able to make sure that we have those extra funds to stay functioning, to provide those services. And that really is the real concern with this. It's not the responsibility shift necessarily, but it's the responsibility without the extra income. So therefore, money has to come from somewhere if we're to provide all the services, and then we get into this cycle of a special rate variation.
Thank you. There's some really helpful examples there. In these instances where local councils have shown leadership and provided the services that their communities expect at the cost to the council's bottom line, you mentioned that the only option for many councils is to go to a special rate variation process. Councillor Webb, you've just been through one. What was that process like to go through?
Oh, look, it's difficult. It's a very difficult process. Could I just hone in on another one that sort of comes to mind? Whilst it's probably not a cost-shifting exercise, but it does actually turn out to be one in the long run, and that is pensioner rebates. Pensioner rebates started in the 90s, and back in those days when many of you would have been probably not shown much interest in local government, we had a situation where pensioner rebates from the state government basically covered about half of the rates of a pensioner. And that was in dollar terms. Those dollar terms haven't changed. So today, the pensioner rebate issued by the state government is something that doesn't account for a lot in terms of a rateable property. So those pensioners are now finding it very difficult in many cases to be able to afford their rates, and the pensioner rebate they get from the state government is very, very minimal in terms of their overall rate bill. So the pensioner rebates are broken into two sections. One is for your general rates and one's for your water and sewer. What we're having to do in our local area is that we're going to have to start topping those pensioner rebates up. So in effect, I feel that is a cost shifting in itself, that we at local government level are now going to have to look at how can we actually top up those pensioner rebates. It started out with some great ideas from the state government, and look, it was very well intended, but it was never continued on to actually support the pensioners across our state the way it was initially enacted. So now we're seeing some real cost shifting there, I think, into the future, as local government itself is going to have to pick up the shortfalls there.
Councillor Chaffey, I wanted to ask a specific question that's from the Country Mayors Association written submission, which was specifically about disaster funding claims. And you mentioned the experience of a number of rural and regional councils with the time frame of payments, but also that there was an issue with disaster funds not applying to water and sewer in some cases, where rural and regional councils are actually the local water authority. Could you explain that in more detail?
Well, as you know, in local governments with the metropolitan councils, their water and sewer is not managed by local government. It is by Sydney Water or Hunter Water. But once you get out of the metropolitan areas, it is the responsibility of local government for the rest of us, and that's well understood. The problem with the disaster relief funding, there's a few issues with this, so I might just address the timing of payments of funding to start with, and that is a massive issue for a lot of our members. We've surveyed our members only a few months ago to find out where they actually sit with natural disaster declaration applications, and we had 42 of our members that responded to us and gave us a snapshot of applications that relate back to as far as November 2021, events that were declared natural disasters and claims then put forward. And out of those 42 councils, there was almost $1 billion outstanding of funding that they were still waiting for. Now, many councils, through whether it be community pressure or just simply the fact that their agricultural outputs would stop unless they borrowed money or used other funds, general funds or funds that they may have had set aside to go and do that work, that made that choice in the early years but are still fighting to try and get that money paid back to those councils, and other councils that have made the choice that they simply don't have those funds and haven't been able to do that work. So there's a lot of animosity within regional communities, particularly those that have chosen to wait until they receive the funding, disaster relief funding, before they go ahead and do that work. It's also a massive loss in productivity and damage to plant and equipment from many of the roads that are in desperate need of repair because of those natural disasters. That's one point. But our members have also told us during that consultation process that there were other assets around sewer and water that were damaged that weren't eligible for funding.
May I just add a little bit to that, and that is the fact that when those funds are so long in coming and councils have to put the work off, put the scope of works off because they can't afford it in their own right, the cost of doing that work in 2 or 3 years' time, we're talking about back to 21, so the cost of doing that work today is probably up 30 or 40%. So all of a sudden there's going to be shortfalls in the money that's available to do the work that needs to be done anyway. So it's a little bit like everything we do. If we get funded for it today, but when we're told we're funded for it today, but we don't get those funds for another 18 months, 2 years or 3 years, by the time we get around to doing that job, there's not going to be enough money there to do it.
And just to expand on that point, I spoke to a mayor just this morning, of a local mayor, fairly close, that explained to me that their review of the actual cost of the raw materials to do some of this road work has increased 70% this year. In 1 year, 70%.
Thank you, that's helpful. I have 2 more questions, Chair. Thank you, you've indulged me with a fair bit of time. Another issue that the committee's heard specifically impacts rural and regional councils is the issue of road maintenance, and obviously your members would have significantly more road assets to maintain than metropolitan councils. And I was interested in the country mayor's submission, specifically the issue of depreciation, that councils are required to account for the depreciation of country highways that the council may never be expected to actually replace, that ends up being funded by grant funding. How's that accounting standard impacting your members?
Well, depreciation is a major problem, a significant part of the financial stress within our membership in local government. In fact, I think we've got something like 18 of our regional councils at the moment that their rate base doesn't take each year, does not even cover the depreciation costs of their assets. Now, that's not simply not sustainable, but when you look at the accounting standard and the requirement for depreciation, I think it's well and truly overdue for review. And the roads is a particularly good area to start with, when most of our councils, our local and our regional roads, will have something like a 50-50 split from sealed and unsealed. But the gravel roads, we have a budget, and we also have some funding from Roads to Recovery that comes annually that's specifically targeted for us to be able to maintain, and a component of the federal financial assistance grants also that's attributable to our road network in regional communities. And then there are annualised grant funding at both state and federal level that's really all of our councils focus on when it comes to any major works that we need to do, whether it's resheeting or it's sealing a gravel road. So quite simply, the funding isn't there to be able to make that choice to do that by yourself in regional councils. If you wanted to seal a gravel road, the amount of money that it costs to do that per kilometre is unachievable for anybody, so without grant funding. And sometimes those grant fundings opportunities are without a requirement for a co-contribution, other times they are for 25%, and more recently 50% federally. That councils look to grant funding if they're to do that major work. So for us to be depreciating the cost of that road network, which is the single biggest cost in our depreciation, and therefore becomes one of our single biggest costs in every regional council's financial statements, it's really not achievable for us to continue to deliver the services if we have to depreciate our road network.
I think, if I may, we could just point out that the number of councils that have reported depreciation being greater than their rate income from 21-22 to 22-23 has more than doubled the number of councils. So it's a growing problem.
Thank you. Last question, if I may. I wanted to quote something that the Minister for Local Government has said in Parliament, and just to be very clear before I quote him that I don't agree with or endorse this statement at all, but I'd like to read it out because he specifically mentions you, Councillor Webb, and I actually wanted to give you the opportunity to respond to that since you're in Parliamentary Hansard today. What he said was, and now I'm quoting him, "Mayors from a variety of councils have been coming to see me and writing to me talking about the financial sustainability of local government. I point out to them that financial sustainability is not about rate increases, it is about getting their own finances in order. It's about monitoring their own finances and making sure that they are accountable for their own expenses. They are democratically elected to do so. Judging by the Auditor General's report, local government has got a long way to go to fix its own financial accountability. They are very good at putting their hand out and taking a 3.5% increase from the Local Government Remuneration Tribunal and spending their time making submissions to upgrade their salaries to earn more fees when we are putting through legislation to freeze our own salaries and that of senior public servants. They are quite happy to embark upon some egregious expenses." He then goes on to have a go at Kiama Council and Ryde Council, but he says, in 2018, Tamworth Council spent $13,000 on overseas travel, including a trip by the Mayor to Nashville, Tennessee. Would you like to respond to the Minister's comments?
I'll talk about the Nashville trip first. I wasn't the Mayor at the time, but I will talk about it, and I'm very aware of it. Most regional cities and cities within New South Wales have sister city arrangements. Those sister city arrangements are in many ways productive in terms of forming relationships with other countries overseas. We can form business relationships, we form cultural relationships. And I think it's a very important part of any organisation's activities to build on those relationships. We have a number of sister cities in the city that I'm Mayor of, or the region that I'm Mayor of, and of course a lot of those relationships are built around activities, and in Tamworth we build those around country music. So Nashville's obviously the country musical capital in America, and of course we spend a lot of time working and cahooting with them. We haven't gone to Nashville since then, obviously for COVID reasons and some others. We also have a relationship with a village of Gore in New Zealand for very similar reasons, and they were here this year. We haven't been there for some time either. So cost constraints have held us back, but I think it's just part of our duty as a regional city to build relationships with overseas centres and maintain them. So it's not a huge amount of money in the overall scheme of things, and I think it would be foolish of us in local government, for especially regional cities that have got sister city arrangements, to just let them fall by the wayside. In terms of wages and so forth, our wages are obviously governed, as you all would understand, are governed by the awards that are driven down by both governments and of course by the industrial commissions and Fair Work. So we don't have any control over wages. Our directors and general managers, well actually this coming next year, I think it's starting in July, general managers will be the only ones on contract, the rest will be on a salary arrangement. So we'll have no control over how that's worked into the future. But really, with all due respect to the Minister, the CPI has been much higher than what the rate caps have been for many, many years. Rate capping, as many of you probably would have read, was orchestrated in 1976 and implemented in 1977, so it's been around for a long, long time. But really the impacts of those over the last few years have been a lot more severe than they have been over in the early years of rate capping. So really, with all due respect to the Minister, I think he probably needs to have a closer look at how we do find efficiencies in our organisations, and we have spent many years reducing some of the some of the fat out of our organisation, cutting back, changing the way we do things to try and save money. The efficiencies that we've found in our organisation, and I know that country mayors members are all doing the same thing. We're finding efficiencies across the board, but there is a point where you can go no further, and you've got to look for more funding to come your way. And the only way that we can raise funding is through extra rates, or hopefully get extra money from the state and federal government. I must say, if the federal government gave us a 1% FAGS allocation, we'd all be very happy, and we probably wouldn't have to worry too much about what we're sitting here today talking about.
Thank you.
Could I also just add
Yep.
a comment to that point? The local government minister is quite colourful in many different comments that he makes. One comment that I do agree with the local government minister is his position on depreciation and the fact that their financial, the whole system within local government is desperately in review. So I hope that becomes one of the recommendations from this committee, and then that will roll forward, and there will be some major action around. And as I know, because I've heard him speak on numerous occasions about a change to depreciation, that would make a significant difference. I'd also like for some responsibility for cost shifting to be taken by the local government minister, and consultation had with the industry prior to making decisions, and just simply putting them out there without any consultation and without any regard for members like myself and Mayor Webb to have an opportunity to talk about the unintended consequences that may be there from decisions that are made.
Thanks. We'll move to the opposition now, who I understand are online and have questions. The Honourable Sam Farraway. Sorry, we're just having some issues with audio, Sam. We'll just, we're having trouble hearing you in the room.
Right, so no good now?
Beautiful. That's much better. Thanks. Yep.
Good to see you, Webby, and good to see you, even if it is only virtually, and you too, Jamie. So straight into it, I wanted to talk about, in particular, your submission, and you have the graphic here adding the proportion of enhancing total income for the New South Wales small councils. With regard to special rate variations, do you believe, and probably to you, Jamie, do you believe that the situation is probably compounded and made worse over the last 12 to 18 months due to the lack of grants that these small councils have been able to access from the state government?
Well, it certainly is going to make a difference, because we've actually got a survey out of our members at the moment, and that survey is asking for them to complete both at a state and a federal level, going back 5-year period on an annual basis from each of the funding streams that were available and that are currently available, what funding they've been successful in receiving. So we'll be able to clarify that data hopefully by our August 9 meeting about what that actually looks like, and can do a comparison. Be able to give you far more factual information then, but it's fairly clear on the ground that it has become quite difficult to receive grant funding over the last 12 months, particularly in comparison to the grant funding that was available, let's say over the 5-year period prior to that. That's the feel on the ground, but of course we need the data, so that's why we're surveying our members to see what that will be. We know that inflationary aspects have been fluctuating between sort of 4 and 7%, and we know that the recent IPART changes to the way that the ratepayer said is going to make a difference. The problem with all of us, those smaller councils particularly, is that we are coming from a base where the cash position is almost non-existent at the moment because we're in financial stresses and industry is concerned. We go back to have a look at special rate variations. I'll just depart a little bit, but it might expand somewhat on that question. We've done a comparison back to 2012 through to those that have already put their hand up to say 2025, which is only a few at the moment from compared to the ones that we think will, is that there's been 194 special rate variations over that 14-year period, and that equals roughly 14 special rate variations per year. A majority of those are rural and regional councils. So we know that the modelling is wrong. We know the rate peg is not accurate, and therefore on a cycle, it's almost a cycle. Actually, if you look at 2024, 25, and 2014, 15, 16, there were almost 70 councils that had to do a special rate variation. So if you call it a 10-year cycle, we're just at the peak, and we're about the next couple of years are going to be very uncomfortable for our membership.
So to that point, I'll probably chuck to Tamworth Regional Council is one of the largest regional councils in New South Wales. Do you know how many grants you have been the Tamworth Regional Council has been able to successfully obtain from state government over the last year or over this current financial year to the previous 2 or 3 financial years, and how that has compounded council's ability to deliver new community infrastructure in your communities?
I can't give you the number, but the speakers that will follow us will probably be able to provide you with those figures. I can't give you the exact number, so I'm not going to try and take a guess at that, but I can say to you that some of those applications that have been unsuccessful have really had a major impact on some of the developments that we've been looking at doing, both federal and state, I'm talking about now. Massive impacts on what we're considering into the future and how we're going to deliver some of those programs.
Back to you, Jamie. As chair of the Country Mayors Association, what sort of feedback are you getting from councils that are looking at their sustainability around mining communities? So obviously Gunnedah, where you live and you are also the mayor, it's a big mining community, but what is the impact in recent times of the scrapping of a Resources for Regions program that delivered a baseline amount of funding for these councils that have to deal with the impact of mining in their communities? What's that sort of impact, and has that resulted, by that funding being removed by the state government, has that resulted in those councils having to expedite the need for an SRV or expedite the compensation for an SRV?
Well, it has made a major impact. I can talk from practical experience. Obviously, Gunnedah is a mining community, as the second biggest part of our economic component of our economy. And I do speak to many mayors, particularly those in the Hunter Valley, that are seeing a significant impact on their financial position because of those funds that aren't there. And they're funds that generally were used to do community type activities that you simply struggle to find funding in any other aspect or have in the past to be able to provide, whether they be amenities for a growing community particularly, but sometimes they may also be there to top up things like roadwork. So now that they're no longer there, the communities are still prospering because mining is still surging ahead. I know my own community at the moment, our unemployment rate is 1.5%, and there are hundreds of job vacancies at the moment in the community. So we still have to sustain all of the services that a growing community expect, and as I said, it's 50%, or the second biggest economic driver is the mining industry in my community, and that's typical for a lot of the mining communities in regional New South Wales, if not the more dominant one. So you still have all of the responsibilities of providing for those peoples with the services, but we don't have the income. So if you're going to provide the services, you really only have 2 options. And that is that you borrow money, or you've got to go for a special rate variation and put that impost back onto the ratepayer if it's accepted by IPART, which adds a lot of human pressure to our communities.
Obviously, we've heard in your submission and from councils across the board about the volatility of relying on grant funding. What is, I think from CMA's point of view, what is the best way to make grant funding equitable? Like, should it be, as the previous coalition government did, for instance, make it based on LGA, so every LGA got a fair share, or when it was done via road funding, it was done by the size of road network? In your view, if we're to look at a way of making it more equitable as a recommendation out of this committee, what works for regional New South Wales councils?
Well, Country Mayors Association, that's our mantra. All we want is equity, whether it's within our own membership or whether it's in comparison to metropolitan councils. And we need certainty as well. So if there were non-contestable grant funding that was annualised, you could plan ahead. And in local government, where our financial plans are over a 10-year period, when there is uncertainty, you can't plan for that. Then you may be successful in year 2, 3, 4. Or year 8 of a huge amount of money that will make a big difference, but you can't plan for that. So the only way that you can actually, have some certainty to your community, if the rate peg is not in line with what your actual needs are to provide the service, is to go forward with a special rate variation. And that special rate variation conversation, and I know Russell can speak to it very personally after over the last 6 months or so going through that journey here in Tamworth, but that's typical. We're in Tamworth, but it's typical for what's happening right throughout our membership, is that anger, that human cost in our communities, it scars people. Not only the residents that have that massive bill shock, and I put that down to the failings of the financial system that we need to deal with. It's not, everybody who works in local government in New South Wales doesn't do it for the money. They do it because they love their communities and they want to provide and make sure that they grow and prosper into the future. So if we have to remain with this crazy system of being behind the whole time and do a correction on a cycle, then we're going to get a situation where there are good people that won't stand for council or won't remain on council, or young people who've got plenty to offer who simply won't put themselves in the line of fire because they see what happens when a community needs to have that conversation around a special rate variation and the impacts on individuals because of that.
The last question, and it's to sort of close it, and I'll start with you, Jamie, is around road funding. Obviously, roads is the mantra, the 3 R's for local government, but roads in regional areas is something that communities, I appreciate, we use every day of the week. It's so important. In the recent state budget, is there any new road funding, regional councils, or has the government followed path of distributing road funding based on size of road network and also including unsealed roads across regional New South Wales?
One thing that stood out to me in the state budget, and I'm no expert on that budget, I've been through it, but sometimes it's quite difficult to the level of detail that there might be an overarching information, but to break that down into the level of detail that we need per council, you simply don't have that information in the budget report. But one positive thing I did see within the budget is the allocation of $3.3 billion for natural disaster. We talked about natural disaster funding a little earlier. That to me seems to be an increase on previous years, and hopefully it's enough that we'll see money start to come much faster into the communities that have desperately been waiting. As I said, some of that goes back to November 2021 events. It's my hope that there are enough men and women on the ground to be able to complete those assessments and get that money out as quickly as possible to make a difference to the road network, because it is having a huge impact on the productivity of our regional communities. I know even in my own shire there were several businesses that were so affected by road closures that that were very close to needing to close the business down, and for one particular business that was 50 people that would have been unemployed.
Just a question to Russell. Obviously Tamworth has one of, not the largest, but it has a very large regional road network you maintain a local road network. One of the criticisms or one of the points that was always raised with me in my life was that unsealed roads were never covered. Now, Tamworth has, like a lot of regional councils, a lot of unsealed roads. Do you feel that state government is supporting local government enough with their unsealed road networks across the state?
I'd have to say we never get enough funding for our road network, and I think over the last probably the last couple of years across regional New South Wales, so all councils are affected the same way. The cost of doing your roadworks has more than doubled in some areas, gone up by 40% in some cases, but because road construction and road maintenance costs have gone up so much, they're probably about twice as much as what country councils have been able to raise out of rate income. So a big part of a lot of special rate variation applications will be seeking money from our ratepayers to add to some roadworks into the future. And I can talk about our own particular rate variation that we've just gone through and we've just approved, that about 2/3 of that rate variation is to go towards roadworks. It would be a lot more, I guess, acceptable to the community if the government were helping us a little bit more in those spaces. We've got over 3,000 kilometres of roads. Those roads vary from obviously a couple of thousand kilometres of unsealed road, but the road categories can be either local roads, they can be regional roads, they can be state roads. The state road component is funded through a different program altogether, which you're aware of because you were past Transport Minister, and that is that them funding coming for them can be managed by the state and by Transport New South Wales, and of course managed.
My question is, Russell, is that obviously a new program was developed on the back of significant road damage, where we were looking for equity, and this is my question to you, is that it's about equity and about making sure that a council like Tamworth, for instance, that has 3,000 kilometres worth of road network, continues to be funded based on the size of road network and not essentially a beauty contest in applying for road funding. So my question is do you support whoever is in government to continue to fund road maintenance and the support from the state government based on size of road network? And by doing it that way, does it actually make a big difference for a council like Tamworth?
I do believe across all of regional New South Wales, and in particular a council like ours that has such a big road network, there is just not enough funding coming our way to do the work that needs to be done to keep those roads in good repair. We've taken a lot of money out of reserves to try and patch up some of the shortfalls in that funding. You can't keep doing that, and you can't borrow money for long periods of time. You can't continue to borrow money to do roadworks and maintenance. You can only borrow money for construction. We do need more money. We definitely need more money. We need a lot more funding.
If I could just add along that same line of questioning, if that's okay, through you, Chair. When you look at the financial assistance grants that are distributed by, or allocated and then distributed through the local state or territories grants commission, there is a factor in there that's related to the road network. I think a similar type model to that could be maybe understood by the state government if you're looking at road funding into the future. And the other comment I would have around roads too is the disappointment of our membership around the natural disaster claims and the fact that there is no ability for betterment in particular areas of effect from natural disasters. And we know when the next natural disaster comes along, we're going to be fixing this same thing. Now, we don't know if that'll be next week, next month, next year, or in 10 years' time. But it just seems crazy and not good use of funds, taxpayer funding, that we're not just simply looking at those key areas. And the councils all know where those key areas, because they're repeat locations where we can't treat them differently when we're building them back after recovery from natural disaster. Simply, local government doesn't have the money to be able to add that extra, but there needs to be some consideration in future designs of natural disaster funding that those key areas were agreed to by the state as well as the local government they're within needs to be eligible for further funding so that we're not just building the same thing back.
If I may, just to answer the question a bit further, the country councils, they struggle to maintain and satisfy the needs and expectations of our public in regard safety standards, and they've been doing this for many years. So we just need a better approach, and I think that what's been happening in recent times, but has been happening for some time, is that the unpredictable and declining year-to-year approach of funding has allowed councils across country New South Wales to see declining assets in terms of road assets. It's a terrible shame for country people.
Thank you. We'll now move to the Honourable Stephen Lawrence for questions.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, witnesses, for your submissions. I wanted to ask a couple of questions, firstly, on the income side of things. And I note in the Tamworth Regional Council submission at the top of page 6 that it talks about how, and it says, interesting to know that over the 10 years from 2009 to 2019, our FAG has increased by 14.6%. During the same period, the overall inflation rate measured by the CPI has increased by 23.4%. So what I think the submission is pointing to is the imbalance between the increase in expenses and the increase in the FAG grant. And I'm in light of that, and there's similar things in the country mayor's submission, in light of that and on the income side of things, would you agree that the two most significant factors maybe that we should be thinking about on the income side of things is the indexation of rates and also the indexation of operational grants? Are they the two most significant things that we should be thinking about in terms of the financial sustainability of local government?
I think through the whole of the country mayor submission, and you'll get to talk to some Tamworth representatives shortly, but I think in terms of country mayors, our submissions really highlight both of those areas as significant areas in the failings of the system.
Yeah.
And those failings in that system have caused councils like many within that are members of the Country Mayors Association, many of those councils in particular are own here, that we've had to go for rate variation, special rate variations, and ask for more money to meet some of those needs to actually just really to actually get our infrastructure up to a level that, and keep it at a level and maintain it at a level that not only satisfies the public but keeps it safe. Mm. So the two indices that you talk about are definitely two that we need to be focusing on.
Sure. Mr Chaffey, do you have a response to that?
Yeah, look, my comment would be the current modelling and the way that funding is distributed to local government is desperately needs a review. Now, IPART on RatePeg have just not that long ago completed and made some changes there, and I think they're positive changes that we'll see once we get back into a financial surplus type situation in the majority of our councils on a cash basis. I'm hopeful that it'll remain in line with the inflationary pressures, and we might be on the right pathway to break the cycle of special rate variations. Federally, if you look at the financial assistance grants, from the original intent to when indexation was frozen back in 2014-15, and that impact from where we were basically sitting around 1% of Commonwealth taxation revenue to now be less than 0.5%. That impact, councils desperately rely on that financial. In fact, it's paid forward at the moment, and a lot of that money is already used by our councils. So we're almost in a year in advance in that crazy situation at the moment. That's how desperately we're looking. I think there was notice to say that 85% of that was going to be paid shortly as well for next year. So I think that our reliance on federal government through, you talked about roads earlier, so roads to recovery, and we're seeing that there will be an increase in coming years there, will make a difference to us in our financial position and ability to provide the service. If we're able to look at the methodology and the way that the distribution works on the financial assistance grants, I mean, it's crazy to think that in our submission you see the type of income from financial assistance grants the City of Sydney get, and what fraction that is of their overall operating budget versus what it would be for a small council like Gunnedah or a typical rural council. I mean, it's insignificant for a metropolitan area, but it's very significant and much sought after funding for a regional council. So that desperately needs to be modified. I know we're talking at a state hearing, but federally there is some major impacts that could change our position quite quickly if they were addressed. But at a state level, there has been work done through IPART and that change. Unless there is a recommendation that might come from the hearing that potentially we go away from rate peg as set by IPART into some other system, we would certainly be interested to be part of a consultation if that was the one of the potential outcomes from or recommendations from the hearing. But one thing from Country Mayors Association, we've been working quite hard for a number of years now at a bipartisan level to try and get as much advocacy and understanding about our members and our needs through to the state parliament. We want that to continue, and we desperately need to be part of the consultation before a lot of decisions are made, if at all possible, to make sure that we might just be able to share some information that you might not have taken into consideration about the unintended consequences for the people who decide to live here in regional parts of New South Wales.
So would you agree that the indexation of rates and the indexation of operational grants are really where the nub of the problem lies in terms of this question of financial sustainability of councils? So, I mean, there can be talk about short-term capital grant programs and different things like that that come and go, but I'm interested in whether you fundamentally agree that those two things are the main issues in terms of getting on top of this growing imbalance between income and expense in local government.
I think we need certainty. I think it's pretty clear that for us, our planning in local government, as financially, is a 10-year cycle. It's a 10-year plan. We review it, we update it every single year. But you can't plan for things you don't know. So if you were to take uncertainty out, and grant funding is an opportunistic thing, you may spend a lot of money putting applications together and never receive a cent, or you may be successful with every application that you put forward for grant funding. But that's no way to try and manage and plan for the future.
And I do believe that it needs to be, we need to be talking about apples and apples, not apples versus oranges. You look now at the moment in our records here with our report, you'll see in there that the unrestricted cash reserves from the 85 New South Wales councils are less than 40% of the unrestricted cash reserve of the 15 city councils. There's a real difference there. There's a real problem in the way those reserves are, those funds are distributed. And just an example, which you'll read in our report, is that the City of Sydney received some capital grants worth $148 million when they have over $400 million in unrestricted cash reserves. I don't think that's a good spending in those monies. I think what you're talking about needs to be managed, and we need to be comparing apples with apples in that case. At least 15 of the councils across country New South Wales and the country mayor represents have zero cash reserves. And some of those councils, in fact 3 of those councils, have negative cash reserves. They're in the red. So that clearly indicates there's a problem in the way these grants are distributed. So when we do try and manage the indexes that you're talking about, we need to do it on a basis that actually sends the money where it's needed.
On page 26 of the country mayor's submission, there is some predictions about the consequences of the worsening financial position of local government. So, for example, it talks of consequences of that worsening financial position, including reducing road maintenance, reduced levels of service in parks, mowing and maintenance, reduced hours at libraries, swimming pools, etc., closing some sporting fields, reduced activity in economic development and tourism marketing, and there's a number of other things pointed to. I thought I'd give you both the opportunity to maybe just talk about what you think local government is going to look like in 20 or 30 years if we don't get on top of this worsening situation.
Well, it'll look much different to what it looks like today. Our community relies, in fact, state and federal government relies on the work that local government do and the people that are employed in local government to provide a lot of those essential services to our community. If we don't get on top of the financial modelling, if we don't make sure that our councils can survive financially to provide those services and maintain I guess an environment where people want to work for local government as well. So we still need to compete in that open market of workforce in a lot of regional communities. We're struggling to get population, to house people, to bring them in. So therefore, a lot of our communities are fighting over the same pool of people. And majority of our communities are well below, particularly those that aren't in the western part of New South Wales, well below the state and the country's average as far as unemployment is concerned. If we can't compete, we can't keep those people, we don't keep that knowledge and experience about our communities, and we can't provide those services. So if we don't have the funds, you really don't have a lot of options open to you. You either look to do something like an amalgamation, you sell assets off, you can't trade insolvent. So if there isn't a special rate variation option, effectively they're the three options, unless we can get the financial modelling right, so that we can ensure that our costs, our income is in line with what our costs are to continue to provide those services.
I just add to that and just say that really the state's revenue is the revenue they get out of country New South Wales. Region New South Wales is a producer. We create income. We grow crops. There's mining in our areas and across New South Wales. The farming activities create a huge amount of money. There is a bit of manufacturing across country New South Wales. There's a lot of goods produced, and they're sent off to port and they're sent away. What I think the state government has probably lost focus on is the fact that we are the regions that actually produce for the state. There's not a lot of production in the city areas. There is some, but there's nowhere near as much as you will have in country areas. If we don't start looking after the country areas in a better way, and we cause the list that we've got here to continue on over the next 15, 20, 30 years, the production levels in our state will drop considerably, and therefore the income for the state government itself from those productions that we, agriculture and mining and otherwise, is going to drop off. Therefore, the state government will have less ability to fund what we really need in the bush. If we start funding what we really need now, and over the next few years, we can probably stave off that downward slide that we're on now. And the next 20 or 30 years, we're going to see all of the things that are listed in here. Reduced hours for community services in country areas where people won't want to live in country areas. They want to move to the cities where they can. There's more things to do. There's more livable community. We're trying to create in country areas. Every one of our councils in country mayors is trying to create a livable community and attract people. We attract people, we attract business, and we attract productivity. If we can't do that, and we can't, build vibrance within regional New South Wales, and we lose that vibrance, we lose that ability to be productive and successful, and we lose that ability to support the state government into the future with the funds they need to run the state in a proper way.
So just lastly from me, when I was on council in Dubbo, I was a supporter of a value capture mechanism whereby under planning agreements a developer would be levied a percentage of the increase in land value. So for example, you have a spot rezoning, the land value might jump very considerably, and then the developer would be liable to pay a significant percentage of that land increase to council. Just curious whether that's a proposal or an idea that either of you are aware of or think might have merit in terms of trying to address this problem of income v expenditure in local government. It was quite controversial in Dubbo and opposed by people in the business quarters, and ultimately we shelved it, but it's something that was talked about at the time as not being a feature of regional local government, but something that might perhaps be worth exploring. So just raising it in the context of this inquiry, because it seems to me that it is one mechanism to substantially get some revenue for our councils in regional areas.
I'll start with that, Russ. I'll let you finish. this is not something that our organisation, Country Mayors, have discussed or debated, so I'll make a comment that'll be my comment, not representative of the organisation. And that is that all of our communities are doing the absolute best they can to attract industry and business. We've got amazing food and fibre that we grow right throughout our communities, Dubbo included. What we want to do is we want to value add that product. So without getting processing, manufacturing and investment into those areas, we simply can't grow. We can't build on the population. We won't have those people come in and invest to build homes or infrastructure. So I personally would want to see any developer pay their own. Would I want to see developers pay overs to compensate for the failures of any other tier of government? I think if we do that, we won't see the investment come. It's too easy to invest in other areas and they won't come into our communities. And I personally don't think that would be something that we should be focused on. I think there are many other areas in retaining the people we've got, training them, keeping in our communities, and further around attraction of both people as well as industry would be where I'd want to start.
I think it's a conversation we can have, and again, it's not mentioned in any of our reporting and hasn't been discussed. However, I think what we've got to look to do is try and create some diversification in our regional centres. We need to try and bring and grow businesses in regional areas. We need to take the pressure off the coastal strip, and government needs to look at ways and means of doing that, and by doing that, decentralisation, which has been talked about for many, many years, is something that we need to promote. That promotion is not only with state government agencies and bodies, but we need that decentralisation to be promoted by government for private, for the public sector, and they need to be able to do what they can to try and promote the relocation and establishment of businesses in country areas. If we look around the Western world, and America is a great example of where they actually build and have built great cities inland, and most of their productivity is coming out of those cities. They've steered away from major centres along the seaboards, and I think that Australia, for example, is one that hasn't done that. We've had our major centres all on the seaboard, and of course a lot of that's to do with water security and water availability. But I think as a nation that's growing, we're growing in numbers, and we've obviously got a migration policy that's bringing a lot of people back into this country. We need to look at the diversification and how are we going to encourage people to come to the bush, set up their businesses, and that will take the pressures off some of those major cities along the seaboard. And I think that's something that we need to think about in the future, because in 20 or 30 years' time, and we're talking long term here, and longer than that, we need to grow regional New South Wales. We need to grow regional New South Wales more than we need to grow the populations along the strip of the coast, and that's just a sensible way to go for any business. If it was a business you were running, that's what you'd be trying to do.
Thanks, gentlemen. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Thanks so much for making time to give evidence today. The Secretariat will be in touch with you if there are any questions on notice. Thank you again.
Thank you for having the hearing in Tamworth.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you for coming to Tamworth, and thank you for, I think you're going to Lismore and, where else are you going? Dubbo.
Dubbo, thanks for hosting us.
Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome to our next witnesses. Could I ask each of you, starting from my left, to state your name, position, title, and swear either the oath or the affirmation?
Thank you, Chair. Paul Bennett, General Manager of Tamworth Regional Council. I'll give the affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Mr. Chair, this is Rami Abu Shakra, the Chief Financial Officer of Tamworth Regional Council. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given to me by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Would either of you like to start by making an opening statement?
Yes, thank you, Chair, and thank you for the opportunity to come today to speak with you all. I'm going to keep my opening comments brief. I believe the value in the process is not about reiterating the contents of our submission, which obviously is taken as read, but rather to provide you with the information and answers regarding anything that will help you in your deliberations. So Tamworth Regional Council has just completed the onerous and stressful task of completing a special rate variation process to increase our general fund rates by a total of 36.3% over the next 2 years. The complexity of that process and the extremely detailed financial analysis required to be undertaken to demonstrate the need to IPART has laid bare the current and future challenges faced by Tamworth Regional Council in particular and by local government generally. Firstly, the historical and cumulative impacts of rate pegging are exposed with the ever-increasing gap between available revenues and the ability to simply maintain existing infrastructure and services. Second is the impact of the consistently increasing burden of cost shifting from other levels of government that consume large amounts of local community resources to achieve state and federal outcomes. And third is the obvious reduction in support from the federal government through the financial assistance grants, which have declined from 1% of Commonwealth taxation revenue in 1996 to around 0.5% today. Our submission provides examples of the cost increases we've experienced across our operations, examples of the cost shifting we've had to endure from other tiers of government, and the challenges faced by regional councils like ours with dispersed populations that all expect similar levels of infrastructure and services without having the capacity to pay at a local level. We would be happy to explain or elaborate on any issues contained within our submission or any other matters where we may be able to add a regional government perspective. Thank you.
Thanks so much, and thanks for hosting us here as well. I will now go to questions. I'm just looking to see if the Dr.
I'm happy to swap orders if you like.
Sure, okay, not a problem at all. Just looking to my colleagues online. Honourable Sam Faraway, did you want to start?
I'm happy to go.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett, for appearing today, and again, whilst I'm not there, thank you for hosting. I love Tamworth, it's a great spot. We were talking to your Mayor, Councillor Webb, about equitable funding, and I suppose if I start with roads, because roads are a big thing in Tamworth, always has been, always will be, and talking about equitable funding and support from state government in and around roads. Now, in your view, is state government, whoever is in government, distributing funding based on the size of road network? Do you feel, from Tamworth's perspective, is that an equitable way to support local government with the maintenance of their road networks, both sealed and unsealed?
Look, my response to that would be, I don't think there's ever enough road funding. Everybody demands a higher level of service, certainly out here in the bush with the distances we cover and having to get produce to market, so essentially from paddock to the port, there will always be a desire to have higher levels of funding. Now, in Tamworth's case, we have one of the largest road networks in New South Wales as a council, about 3,300 kilometres of roads, both sealed and unsealed. For us, it comes down to the strategic planning side of things and the recognition of the value add that improvements to the road network have. It shouldn't just be that everybody expects to have a tarred road out the front of their property, but you've got to address the choke points that exist in the system. So the state government may well maintain the highway network and so on, but you've got to create the connectivity to be able to get through your local road network the produce onto those major thoroughfares. And I think the strategic planning side is where we let down. Now, our area here, so the Namoy group of councils, conducted an exercise a few years ago where we looked at the aggregate need across the group of councils rather than the individual local government areas. There's no point being able to run a B double or a B triple to the boundary of Tamworth Regional Council and you get to Guida and you've got to decouple everything and have numerous trucks and take it on. So it's looking at the complete sort of freight supply chain, if you like, and we looked at where the choke points exist in the system, and we've now expanded that exact same process with the Regional Cities New South Wales group, so 16 major cities, inland cities, and coastal cities, but outside the Sydney metro area, or the Sydney, Wollongong, Newcastle sort of area, to again look at how do we eliminate the choke points that allow us to better utilise the state system that's in place. So, look, do we get our fair share? I think every council would say they don't get their fair share. Do we spend it the best way? Not necessarily. I think it's largely about the largest voice, and there's no doubt some politics behind it as well. But it really needs to come down to the strategic planning to ensure the money's spent the right way.
So my point, Mr. Bennett, is obviously the amount of the total of the money is one argument and one consideration, and to be frank, that's something you have to talk to the government about. But what I'm keen to know from your perspective is the more equitable way to distribute money. So if there is a pot of money, I am not a believer in this whole beauty contest of councils having to apply and compete, Tamworth to compete with Urballa and Armidale and Dubbo and everyone else for the same pot of money. So it's not so much the total quantum, that's up to the government of the day, but it's how it's distributed. And I think for years, I think it's fair to say a council like Tamworth, you know, and a council like Lachlanshire that also has a large unsealed road network, they never, the unsealed road network was never included, it was never thought about, and there was never any funding for it. I'm more interested in your view about whatever the pot of money is moving forward, what is the most equitable way to distribute it to councils, and where's the equity?
Look, I'll be blunt, I don't think there's an answer to that question. And the reason I say that is because the methodology used by different councils in the way they construct their roads, the way they maintain their roads, the way they deal with water ingress into the road system. So essentially whether they build good, sustainable, resilient road networks, or whether they are just patching things and then in the next rain event the road falls apart again. I think it's more about having a consistent standard of delivery to ensure the money is being spent the right way. There is probably enough money there if it is spent the right way.
A separate issue, will Tamworth be impacted by the oversize over mass movements of wind turbines, for instance, on the New England and through some of your communities?
Yes, we will. So obviously New England Highway is going to come from up through the 100 through the New England Highway. There's numerous renewable energy projects to the north of us and also to the east of us that are going to have significant movements with significant investment in infrastructure that is going to leave a very long-lasting, expensive legacy for the local council to maintain.
So there has been talk, in particular further south of the, Tamworth on the New England, especially around Muswellbrook, that the government, that the state government, in terms of the enabling infrastructure to move oversize over mass movements, is going to use the local road network rather than upgrading the road network. How will Tamworth essentially deal with that? You will have these oversized over mass movements in your local road network causing significant strain. How will that compound your issue about sustainability, with roads being one of the top issues that you have to confront in your budget on a daily basis?
Well, that goes without saying. I mean, the truck movements are in the thousands, and from our perspective, one of the issues we're having with renewable energy projects at the moment is the fact that they're looked at as individual projects, and they talk about the impact of an individual project, not the cumulative impacts of those projects on a road network. So, one project might say, well, we're going to move, 10,000 trucks, and we say, okay, for 10,000 trucks, it's going to have this amount of impact, and you'll have to do your before and after. But when you've got 5 projects running simultaneously, who's responsible then for the repair of the network? How do you distribute those costs? How do we reinstate the roads? Who becomes responsible? It's a major concern for us. And not only that, even to use some of the local road networks, they're going to upgrade intersections, take culverts out, put bridges in. And once these projects are finished, we're going to have infrastructure in place which far exceeds the needs of the local community, but we're going to be left with the legacy to maintain them forever.
How will a wind turbine get across the bridge and down via Peel Street on the New England Highway?
Well, they'd actually take it off. They take it off the New England Highway to the south of Tamworth, but then it's got to go out through Nundle, which has major impacts. And the size of the cuttings and some of the bridges they've got to build. There's a spot out there called Devil's Elbow. There will be 20-foot high battered retaining walls in some areas for them to cut into the mountainside. And who maintains that infrastructure into the future once the project's completed?
So going via Nundle will be using the Tamworth local government road network, won't it? Your local road network?
Yes.
No. Unless there is significant investment injected into your council to compensate the significant maintenance and disruption, not only to the community, but obviously the sheer excessive wear and tear on that road network, there's no way that your council would be able to maintain that or sustain that. And if it was forced upon you, that's essentially cost shifting, isn't it?
It is cost shifting, but what I will say that the danger in all of this is that councils start to argue that they want some sort of upfront payment to compensate them for that. And it's actually a long-term legacy issue rather than that. If we get an upfront payment for some sort of perceived damage to the road network, it will be, through a political process, whittled away and spent on something else that creates another liability for the local council, rather than having a long-term cash or revenue stream that will maintain that asset over its life.
Changing topic, before I have to hand over, I asked Mayor Russell Webb earlier about the quantum of grants, I suppose, over the last 12 or 18 months available to Tamworth from the state government. He wasn't able to answer the question, but he said to possibly ask you as the GM. Has there been a reduction in the grants that you've been successful for, and the quantum, the total number of grants that you've been able to apply for over the last 12 months?
The short answer is absolutely yes. We have, I'm not here to play politics. My role as a general manager is to just state the facts. But certainly we received significant grant funding through the previous government around things like aquatic centres, road funding, tourism infrastructure and so on, and we have found it very difficult to attract grant funding recently. In fact, in only the last week, we had submitted 4 very strong projects we thought under the active New South Wales program, and we missed out on all 4 of those, which is extremely unusual. We have a professional grants writer in our council. We were a bit astounded as to why we missed out. We did an analysis of that, and we found out that National Seats got 0 allocation out of that grant program, and 29 million of it went to the current Labor seats. So we're a bit disappointed that process is actually happening, but we are seeing that through a number of different grant programs where previous funding commitments from government are being held up at the moment. And whether that's because of the state's current financial pressures, I'm not aware, but certainly we are struggling to maintain the same levels as we have historically.
To take that experience and observation and to really hone in on Tamworth, that must compound the problem locally for you as the GM, but also your councillors and the mayor in having to go and say to the community, and the special rate variation. This must be compounding towards the need for an SRV and the toxic nature that comes with having to propose a higher rate for ratepayers, doesn't it? And this has sort of all been brewing in particular over the last, 12 or 18 months more so, do you think? Because you have to fundamentally attract more revenue in order to keep Tamworth Regional Council sustainable and to pay the bills and open the doors.
Look, I'm not sure those comments are entirely accurate. The need for the special rate variation is something that has manifested over many, many years. In fact, our council did a special rate variation about 10 years ago, and we asked for 19% and we were only given 11% through the IPART process. The 36.3% that councils asked for through the current process has nothing really to do with grants or future infrastructure. It's about maintaining existing levels of services and facilities. And I think of the SRV as it's really like a correction in a normal open market, in that you get to a point where you simply can't continue without some sort of major enhancement. And we see councils go through this cycle every 8 to 10 years where they get to the breaking point, they then have to have a major correction like we are doing now and like many councils have done over recent years, and then they're probably in a good situation for the next few years, and then they'll go through another correction because of the underlying issues that exist with the way that we source our revenue and the way we receive increases in income.
I might hand over, Chair, to...
Thanks.
Thank you, Mr Bennett.
Thanks. We'll now go to Dr. Amanda Corn for questions. Thanks.
Thanks, Chair, and thank you also for hosting us in Tamworth today. It's much appreciated. I was interested in one of the recommendations in your written submission that was about allowing councils to raise special levies for items that have community support. The submission says that the current process required by IPART is onerous, timely and costly. Could you explain in a bit more detail the current process from your perspective, and I suppose examples like a special levy that you would want to...
Are you talking about individual special levies?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll speak to that firstly. Rami is very well versed in the SRV process, but from a special levy perspective, there are unique circumstances, I think, in every community that warrant a community saying we are happy to pay for something. And we've seen it in the past. The beautification of Peel Street in Tamworth is a great example, which was done quite some years ago, but was a special levy on the businesses in the main street. And we delivered a product that's recognised as one of the nicest main streets in regional Australia, probably. But we also went through a process a few years ago where, because of our country music festival, world famous country music festival, we asked for those businesses that benefit from the festival to actually make an annual contribution towards the cost of hosting the festival, because they're the beneficiaries of the increased economic returns. And that was an extremely onerous, difficult process because, again, you have to go through an IPART process to get that special exemption to raise that additional revenue. Whereas the local community was largely supportive of it, but then suddenly you have the vocality of those that are not actually affected by the levy impacting the outcome. So businesses were saying, yes, we're supportive, we believe we should make a contribution, we're happy to do, but everybody else saying, oh no, that's unfair and I don't benefit from it, so therefore I shouldn't pay it. And it just, there are circumstances in local communities where as a whole, maybe not as a whole, as a majority, the community is saying this is something we want, and the council should be able to just say, well, outside of the normal rates process, this is something our community is asking for, and we should be able to levy and undertake those activities on behalf of the community. So
in ascertaining what has community support or not, what do you see as the best way of ascertaining that if you were to remove the IPART process? You know, is it just the IPNR framework? Would you need to actually have a poll on an election day?
No, I think the IPNR process, we have a democratic system. We have councillors that are elected to represent the community, and they obviously face the electoral process every cycle. But if they're taken through a process, and there has to be a level of community consultation, but it doesn't need to be universal support. I think the councillors are there to make a decision and to represent the people that elected them. And through the IPNR, the way that I look at the way the rating process works is there is actually quite a simple answer. I think the rate pegging is a good thing if its intention is to say, if you do exactly the same as next year as you've done this year, this is the increase you can apply to your rates. That's essentially what IPART do. They say this is the change in the cost of providing the services you've provided in one year to the next year. But communities change every year. So if you can demonstrate an uplift in service delivery through your IPNR process, through something the community's asked for, through something the local elected councillors support, then that should be an additional amount on top of whatever the rate peg is. So an increase in service levels, an increase in facilities that has been asked for by the community should be an additional amount that's added to whatever the rate peg is for what you've done in the previous year.
Yeah, I would basically very briefly refer to the other jurisdictions where the rate peg or the rate cap doesn't exist, and it's pretty much everything that we need to engage with the community and convince them that this is what we're planning to do into the future, and this is how we're planning to do it, and we would have the discussions and the consultations, and if the community is convinced, then that's basically what's going to cost us, and this is your fair share of sharing that cost and paying for it in addition to other commercial avenues. I wouldn't see why wouldn't that be the case moving forward. What we went through the special variation, I mean, the burden of all this financial modeling, all these workshops, the fact that we have all of a sudden to catch up with all the previous years of the rate peg where the inflation and the cost shifting was hitting us hard. We didn't want to act or take an action during a COVID. But if we just keep it moving forward, that's going to be exacerbating the problem. So the community understandably is really frustrated with the sudden increase that they're going to see in the coming 2 years. But our responsibility here is to actually make the council financially sustainable. And we wouldn't have been in that position if we were allowed to, on a yearly basis, engage with the community and say, well, the inflation has increased this and that, and we need to increase the rate not to the 2%, to the 5% or 6%, or alternatively, we would cut this service or scale back these services to you, and we reach an agreement where it's happening every year and the impact would hardly be felt by anyone. So on top of everything, we had to go before IPART and tick the boxes to prove that we have demonstrated that we have achieved all the 6 criteria that they're after. And that took a bit of work, expenditures and time from the staff, from the councillors, a lot of angst from the community in the community consultations. It's basically a process that, in my view, could have been avoided if that, what Paul referred to on top of the rate peg, if a specific levy can be imposed on something that the community is after, as opposed to going through this formalization with the IPAR. That one option. The other option is to actually scrap the whole rate peg to start with, and we have elected councils, and we make that decision on a yearly basis.
Thank you. While we're talking about the rate peg, you've both talked about its intent as capturing the cost of business as usual moving forward, and I was really interested in the table in page 6 of your submission, which compared the rate peg against CPI and against your actual costs in employees and materials and services. Some of those figures were quite staggering. So you had for 22-23 financial year a rate peg at 3.7% when the CPI was 6%, and your materials and services cost at 37%. Yeah. Do you feel that you're an outlier compared to similar councils? Has something particularly happened at Tamworth that's made that cost so much higher than CPI? Or is it that the calculation, or is it that using the rate peg or using CPI are just not actually keeping pace with the local government sector at all?
Well, the CPI is a general basket of products. It takes into it so many other things, but what we pay for, especially in the material side, is a very focused stuff that we use to maintain the infrastructure, the roads, the buildings, etc. And that was hit by not just the inflation, but by all the supply deficits and shortages. So in the region, and with what happened after the Ukraine war, with all of a sudden the plant, the service, the spare parts, the material, the contractors, all the prices have been jumped in the double digits. So the CPI doesn't really reflect the increase of cost of doing business for a council like us. And that's where you see the material in particular has been jumped that big. So, but again, maybe the minimum that we were asking for is for that rate to match with the CPI. But even that, to a certain extent, does not really address what we have been through the last few years.
Yeah, I think Rami's answered that very well. Our biggest costs are obviously around our road network. And the question earlier about the size of our road network and then the cost of materials, so the extraction of goods. I think we used an example in our submission around our bridge tendering process. Used to cost us about $6,000 a square metre for a bridge, now $18,000 a square metre for bridges. We have a lot of bridges in Tamworth, and we've replaced quite a few of them. But other costs around water and sewer networks and so on, the cost of concrete pipes, the supply of concrete pipes, the demand for them, has just driven the price through the roof. And look, lastly, that is not just about the actual cost of the materials. It's the fact that the government did intervene and put a lot of money into stimulating the economy, which meant that the cost of contractors to actually undertake works, they were having a field day. They were making very large margins because they were in very high demand, and the market drove those costs. So that's a large reason for those increases.
Can I have one last follow-up before I move to my colleagues? When we heard from IPART at the start of this inquiry, they touted that their rate peg methodology does actually take into account sort of a standard basket of goods for local government as distinct to CPI, which is about households. They've obviously ended up with a rate peg for 23-24 at 3.7%, which it's nowhere near that 9.95 or 37% that you've calculated. Is there, are there recommendations we should be making about the rate peg methodology itself? Should we just be removing the rate peg?
I think the methodology is definitely an improvement with the categorisation into the three, but I guess coming back to my point that Tamworth Regional Council is very different to Hunters Hill, and Tamworth Regional Council in fact is very different to Orange because of the distances that we cover around the city. So we have large distributed networks. We run pipelines from Tamworth all the way out to Katingal to supply water and so on. We have 7 water supply networks. We have 6 sewage schemes. We have 28 public halls. We have so many things because of our dispersed population across 10,000 square kilometres, that our costs are very, very different. Our basket of goods is very, very different than a council that has a much more condensed area. And that's the thing that I think they miss. I think that the way they are now approaching it, at least with 3 categories, will go some way towards addressing that. But again, the underlying issue is that the peg is set based on continuing to do exactly what you currently do and what the cost increases are on that basis, not about a growing, expanding regional city with increased services, increased business attraction, and everything that the community demands to allow us to attract people to live and work here and provide the services we require.
Thank you.
And I would second that, saying yes, exactly the point is the rate peg. We hope that moving forward, the 3.7% was the last year where IPART followed the old approach. It was back looking into, that's where you would see the inflation, and the years prior to that were relatively low, and that's where the 3.7 as opposed to the CPI of 6%. But next year is going to be 4.9, and hopefully moving forward, we will not be in a position to go through the special variation again. That's what we hope for, but it's yet to be seen. But again, the thing is, the 4.9 or whatever rate peg is going to be, is not addressing the
You are in the meeting now.
The mismatch is, sorry.
So that's our next witnesses, if we can just, yeah.
Sorry, please finish.
No, so that is not addressing the mismatches that did happen in the past, and we hope that with the special variation that will be basically captured. The thing is, this has to actually be there just for us to continue delivering what we're delivering today. There's no account there for any growth, either growth in population or the growth of the network. That, in our view, needs to be addressed through other ways of revenue. We cannot stretch the community hard enough to pay for the expansion of the future in terms of because that will be asking them for too much. So the growth, in our view, needs to come from other sources of revenue, the grants and other sources of revenue as well.
Thank you. I might turn now to just a couple of questions about your financial reports, if that's all right. In your financial reports from 2018-19 to 22-23, sorry, I note that you show consistent deficits before capital income every year. In terms of the total cash assets, cash equivalents and investments, your annual financial report for 2018-2019, this was 114.6 million, of which 20 million wasn't externally restricted. And in your most recent financial statements, your total cash assets, cash equivalents and investments were 160.2 million, of which 29,567 isn't externally restricted. I note also that what isn't externally restricted is internally restricted, which is obviously a good practice to be in terms of bringing money in and then allocating it to various purposes. Despite those persistent deficits in your operating results before capital income, you actually gained 46 million in investments and your unrestricted cash balance went up $9 million. How did you manage that?
Yeah, well, the results that you see there are in accrual basis, which means this is the performance where we take the revenue minus the expenditure, the revenue, both of which are on accrual basis. It's not on a cash basis. Whereas what you're referring to is actually the cash balance, and there is a difference between the two. So you can be in a performance or financial performance deficit, and you are actually increasing your cash. One way of doing that is simply to scale back on the operations, or to actually get the suppliers to deliver the work and not paying them or paying them late, and collect your revenue in advance. And that's something also we do with the rate paying. We collect 4 times a year. And so if you manage your cash in a way that can happen, allocating, keeping cash aside. And I think the numbers that you're referring to is on the consolidated balance sheet as opposed to the general fund. So a lot of that cash is coming also from the water and sewer fund.
Right, yep.
And that is jacking up the problem that we're having here is with the general fund, to be honest.
Yep.
Not with those other 2 funds. So that's, I hope I have explained that.
That is consistent, I think, with evidence that we heard yesterday from some of the other regional councils about the general fund versus the, wastewater sewer sort of fund. But Mr. Bennett, did you have anything to add?
So just to maybe enhance that a little bit, so funds like water and sewer, obviously we have our long-term asset management strategies around those, as we do with general fund. The difference between the two is we're not constrained by rate pegging in the way that we can actually generate our charges for our water and our sewer. So as we look forward with our growth, and we've got our Blueprint 100, which talks about our trigger points for augmentation of sewage systems and water treatment systems and so on, we're able to actually increase our rates and charges to ensure we hit those reserve targets that we require for those major capital expenditures in the future, so we get that intergenerational equity. So that's been a real focus for the council, especially around water, sewer and waste, where we're not constrained by the rate peg. General fund is a different story, and in fact in general fund we've had to, cross-subsidise or make borrowings against our internal restrictions in the general fund to fund some of the other works, such as responding to natural disasters or the storm activities we had in recent years. We took $7 million out of our restricted assets to increase our roadworks program. So yes, the increases are largely towards those non-pegged funds.
Sure, thank you. In terms of capital works, do you take a management fee off the top of capital works that helps with other line items? Or?
You're not allowed to do that. It's illegal unless you have a separate company. So we certainly build in risk factors into the rates that where we undertake work, let's say on behalf of Transport for New South Wales. Our approach is that we always expect that those variations will happen both ways. So if we're able to deliver a small surplus on a roadworks, you'll notice we have a restricted asset around transport provisions, which means that if we then have an overrun on a future project, that restricted asset has been set aside to cover any of those overruns. So we manage it in a way where we don't rely on that income or a profit margin from those types of works, but we make sure that we maintain a margin that helps us offset any future risk around increased costs. And I can illustrate that. We built a large roundabout out on the highway near the airport, and we had a grant from both the state and the Commonwealth governments, as well as a developer contribution. But when we started undertaking that work, there were major issues with the substructure, the soil, and we had to remove additional soil. That project went over budget by about $2.5 million, but that didn't have a major impact on our budget in that year because we'd set aside some of the surpluses that we'd made across other jobs to offset that overrun. So that's a prudent way to manage our finances.
In terms of the deficit, even though it looks like you're in deficit, if you have a consistent flow of capital works, is it that you can actually improve your financial position?
Yes, that's exactly right, and that's the basis of the SRV, is to be able to fund those demands from our assets moving forward. Essentially, the underlying deficit at the moment, we're consuming assets quicker than we're replacing them. The largest proportion of the current rate variation, about $8.7 million of that per year, will be allocated to the road network to offset the depreciation that we're incurring.
Okay. In terms of your asset depreciation, your report says you lost $32,377,000 through asset depreciation in 2022-23. Does that line up with how much you spent on maintenance or asset replacement?
Well, that's what you're referring to, the infrastructure renewal ratio. That has to be, the benchmark of which has to be 100%, which divides basically the expenditure on the infrastructure, or the amount we spend on the infrastructure, over the total depreciation, amortization, and impairment. And if it's 100%, it means we are adequately allocating funds towards renewals. So that number there, the 32 million, includes not just the depreciation, amortization, it also includes the impairment of assets. We've taken in that year a big hit of impairing one of our administrative building, Raywash House, because of the asbestos. It went down by 7 to 8 million. Okay. So again, that was added to that number, and this is where you would not achieve the target of 100%. The reason why we went in the special variation is we were struggling to actually adequately allocate enough reserves and funds to properly maintain, not just maintain, and renew all those assets once every 5 years, 10 years, whenever they're about to be major rehabilitation needs to be happening. That funds more often than not is simply not there because the money is not there. So again, that's one of the things that IPART picked up on from our application, and the reason why they approved the special variation is to actually help us maintain a percentage of 100% for the infrastructure renewal ratio.
So if it doesn't fully represent the cash you spend on upkeep of assets, is it a useful line item to have?
No. Okay. No, it's not a useful line item at all. And coming from finance background, being like government a long time, one of the ironies of local government is that we consider things to be assets that are actually long-term liabilities, and trying to maintain a line on the condition of those assets and what actually needs to be spent when you have so many variables makes the depreciation line item a nonentity. It really does need to come back more to a condition-based assessment of whether the overall condition of a group of assets is better or worse than it was previously, rather than trying to provide either some straight line or even depreciating value methodology. It just does not truly mean anything to the local community. They are only going to judge it based on the quality of the asset that's being delivered.
And I'll just briefly add to that. In a period of high inflation, that's the replacement cost is usually not fully represented by the historic depreciation. So that's the depreciation is based on despite the valuation that happens every now and then in a high inflation where you actually need to spend material and contractors on the thing at the time. What you have reserved in terms of non-cash depreciation in the last 2 years basically was not really adequate enough for that to happen.
The bridge would be a great example of that. If we built a bridge 5 years ago that cost us $100,000, it's now going to cost us $300,000. We're only depreciating $100,000, not $300,000.
Yeah. Thank you. That's all we have time for this session. I thank you both so much for making time to give evidence to this inquiry. If there are any questions on notice, the Secretariat will be in touch with you. You'll have 21 days to answer.
Thank you very much.
again. Our next witnesses are online, so... Yep. I think so. Yep. Do you want to move?
Yeah.
Lisa?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I might go up here somewhere.
Witnesses, welcome to our next witnesses. I would just like to start by asking you to state your name, your position title, and swear either the oath or the affirmation. If we could start with those on my left, so your right.
Philip Brennan, being Director of Corporate Services, I solemnly and sincerely, truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to give by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Claire Potter, Mayor of Midcoast Council. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I'm Adrian Panuccio, General Manager of Midcoast Council. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And would any of you like to start by making a short opening statement?
Yes, I'll do that. Thank you very much. Thank you to the committee for the opportunity for us to appear before you today. I'm going to start by giving a bit of context for Midcoast Council and then move on to some of the issues we'd like to talk about. Midcoast Council is an amalgamation of 3 rural councils that were merged in 2016, and we were merged again with the local utility a year later. We were amalgamated because 2 of the councils were struggling financially, and we still are. Amalgamation has not fixed the underlying issues. Financially, we are finding those are adequate to cover our daily costs. We're managing our funds properly, and we are addressing our long-term financial sustainability. We're struggling to maintain our $5 billion asset base. Addressing infrastructural renewal and backlogs is our biggest challenge. Midcoast Council is spread over 10,000 square kilometres, and we have 195,000 villages, all of which require services of some sort. Midcoast has a population of 98,000 people, have over 3,600 kilometres of roads, 11 libraries, 9 swimming pools, 7 ocean pools and swimming enclosures, 4 admin offices, total asset value of $5 billion. We're also a water utility and have 6 separate water schemes, 14 sewer schemes, and over 2,400 kilometres of pipeline. We have 55,000 rateable properties, with over 11,000 of these, 20%, receiving pensioner rebates. We have the oldest demographic in New South Wales, with 33% of our population over 65 years. Our main issue this morning is to mention that the rate peak hasn't worked for us. Recent changes to the IPART formula have attempted to address some of these shortcomings. Where Midcoast Council and many regional and rural councils are still dealing with the historical impacts of rate peaking on asset renewals and the provision of services. Evidence is not working is seen in the high rate of SAP for years. Surveys indicate many payers in the UK. It's designed to protect ratepayers, but it has an accumulative adverse on asset owners, which eventually must be addressed through SRBs. Rather than working to stop philanthropic promoting in the long term. In our council, it has been decades of deferred asset expenditure and an increasing backlog. You're suffering from the impact of amalgamation. There are economies of scale and opportunities to be more efficient. These take time to realise. One size doesn't fit all. Metro, regional, rural, large, small, coastal and councils all have cost and revenue drivers and constraints. So some of the issues touched on today are shifting. It does have a last due to lower ability to pay. Rates exemptions, and we can discuss some of those examples, and the inequity of allocating financial assistance grants. Thank you for that. We're happy to take your questions.
Thanks so much. And just if you could possibly, when you're answering questions, if you could talk as directly towards the screen as you can. Some of the audio was just a little challenging at times with the opening statement, but we've got it all on Hansard is the good news. So I'm now looking at my colleagues for questions. Dr. Amanda Conn, if you'd like to start.
Thank you so much for making the time to give evidence. I'm particularly interested in your relatively unique position compared to some of the other councils we've heard from so far as an amalgamated council. And the previous government in 2016 did provide some one-off funding to the councils that were forcibly amalgamated to help cover some of those costs. In your opening statement, you alluded to there being an ongoing financial impact of that, and I was hoping you could expand in more detail what some of the ongoing financial impact of that amalgamation is and what support you might need in addition to the one-off that was provided in 2016.
I could probably answer some of that. So Midcoast was merged in 2016, 3 entities, Greater Taree, Great Lakes and Gloucestershire. Council received a one-off $5 million sort of start-up contribution on account of the merger. Comparatively, Metro councils received $10 million. Now, argue whether that's sufficient or not, that's a separate discussion, but there's certainly an inequity. Council then merged again in one way or the other with Midcoast Water in 2017. Council didn't receive any financial assistance on account of that. I've advocated in the past that it needs to be at least, I would have thought, the same as the Metro councils. As my mayor correctly pointed out, Midcoast is over a large area of 10,000 square kilometres and we're quite diverse. We have the second largest road network in the state. We're a Group 5 council. So our road network is 3,600 kilometres of road network, half of which is sealed. Our asset base is $5 million. Now, comparatively, Group 5 councils have a road transport network of 1,280 kilometres. There's significant disparities even within the Group 5 level of councils, and we're different. We have challenges at the merged council where we're still in the process of ensuring our systems and policies align adequately, and that's an ongoing piece of work. As far as financial assistance, that pretty much ended on. There was some grant opportunities available, but largely that ended on the day of merger with the $5 million grant.
Thank you. And one more question, if I may, Chair. We've heard from a number of rural and regional councils about having to essentially show leadership and step in when other services typically funded by state and federal governments haven't kept up with community need. And I've heard a lot of feedback from your local community about health services that haven't kept up with community need in that region, and I'm interested in what impact that's had from a local government perspective. Or has there been additional demand on the services that you provide to try to fill that gap?
We haven't stepped in and we don't provide services. We're just unable to do that. The community is suffering. We have, as I mentioned, the oldest demographic and one of the poorest performing hospitals in the state, and we have been seeking additional funding for that. There was increased money given in the recent budget, but we have a shortage of GPs, we have a shortage of allied health professionals, we have shortages at the hospitals, and it is very challenging for the community.
Thank you. Now turning to the opposition for questions, the Honourable Sam Farraway.
I think Scott's going to go first this time.
Scott, the Honourable Scott Farlow. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just wanting to say, we've heard from a lot of councils in terms of the rate determination and how that's just one part of the picture. A lot of that comes down to fees and charges. And when it comes to country councils in particular, those fees and charges are capped, and there's really much of an opportunity to be able to levy some of those fees and charges. Just wondering, Mid-Coast Council, is that one of the issues that you face as well?
I might lead off on that and see if my colleagues want to add to it, but we have recently had to put up, we have many charges, obviously most councils do. We have increased many of them by the 5%, similar to the rates this year, but there is a whole batch of statutory fees which are not indexed, and they're the ones that we can't put up and we haven't put up, and many of them have not been changed for decades, I believe.
Yeah, the challenge with statutory fees is those costs get passed on to the general fund, so in the rate cap won't cover it. So an example will be DA fees, I suppose, that's a statutory fee. It costs a lot more with respect to assess the DA in relation to the fees that we're actually collecting. There's a lot of work involved on DAs. So we can't pass those on, the real cost to the community.
And do you have an assessment as to, particularly DAs and the like, what the differential is between what you're charging in terms of the fees and then what it costs council?
I don't have the actual amount, no, but I can take that on notice. Try to provide some figures.
Yeah, if you could take it on notice, that would be great. The other thing I think you make a good point of submission is with respect to rate and what sort of community expectations that builds. So I think you make the point that effectively the community's view, because the rate peg is, this is what the cost of services are actually going in. You make the point quite well that, that might be the case in an average, but realistically, you're forced into this position of special rate variation because cost of services and the impost on a council like Mid-Coast Council are significantly greater. Just wanting to understand from you, what sort of discussions are you having with the community about the real impact of rate peg and what the real understanding should be from the community in terms of what council can provide, and sometimes those tough decisions the council has to make about how they expand their resources?
Well, what council can and should provide and should be determined in accordance with the integrated planning and reporting framework, first and foremost. The rate peg doesn't actually capture the real cost and true cost of running the business. The discussion with the community, we received a whole heap of community feedback on this year's DPOP and our rates. That, a large an element of the community weren't supportive of even adopting the rate peg, for instance, because they do see that as the additional cost of providing the same or additional services that we do provide the community. And it's only when you have a real true cost of future projections is that you're unable to adequately budget for and apply an equitable rate.
And look, I know my colleague, the Honourable Sam Farrow, has many road questions to ask as well, but I think you do make the good point in your submission in terms of the metre road length per capita calculated. There's a stark contrast between Mid-Coast Council and other councils in the same hand. Just wanting to hear you does the community have an appreciation of that in terms of your responsibilities when it comes to local roads?
We try to, as much as we can. The council recently adopted a road strategy on the 1st of May, which outlines the challenge not only for Mid-Coast Council, but statewide and nationally. The roads issue isn't, we're not isolated in that. We all know the significance weather events over the last 2 years. Metro councils are also facing the same challenge. For Mid-Coast though, when you look at each of our residents contributes to 38 metres of road compared to the group average of each resident contributing to 9 metres of road, there's massive disparities even within the group. If you look at rating income per kilometre of road, we're generally $25,000 per kilometre of road. But you have some metropolitan councils, and I've talked to perhaps North Sydney or Waverley. North Sydney receive, just rating income per kilometre, roughly $325,000. and Waverley at 375,000 per kilometre of road. So there's massive disparities, and what we would say is we endeavour to educate our community. We go out to around 15 parts of our community twice a year to have a conversation with them. We always talk roads, but mid-coast roads is always at the top of the list. When you have the second largest road network in the state and a relatively low comparatively rating base, it's going to be an issue, and we always have those conversations.
Yeah, and if I could add to that, I think the part of it that the community doesn't understand, and we have tried very, very hard to inform them of this, is that they see us maintaining roads and we put money regularly into maintenance of roads. But because our roads are in such a poor condition, because they haven't been adequately maintained over the last 50 years, it's going to cost us an awful lot more to bring them up to acceptable standards than they would had we been able to put regular money into them all through that 50-year period. And that's the challenge we've got at the moment. It's got to the stage where we have to fix the problem, and residents just say, why haven't you fixed it already? It's a very complicated discussion to have with.
I was going to leave the roads questions for my colleague on Sam Faraway, but I think he might have not so much, just once these, he might have some, if he gets back online. But with respect to that funding, how important it is for you, the grant funding, to be able to help you in terms of being able to look after and maintain and improve those local roads?
We rely heavily on grant funding. What we would say is we prefer grant funding not being competitive, being equitable across the state, given regard to the cost indexes. So we welcome, per kilometre distributed across relative LGAs. That's somewhat helpful, but there's other cost factors that apply that's unique to the case of many rural and regional councils. When you have networks such as ours, such as diverse, it may not just be per kilometre, but certainly we do look at untied grant opportunities to maintain a network, gives us discretion as to where those funds will be spent.
Thank you. That's it from me, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Might move to government questions. So if the Honourable Sam Faraway jumps back online, we can throw to him also. Thank you so much for appearing today, Mid Coast Council. Just wanted to ask you a more general question. In terms of councils with historically low rate bases, do we need to do more to allow these councils to catch up, or can they just go through the SRV process?
I think that there is a need to address it. I mean, it has been the rate peg that's caused that sort of historical problem to accumulate, and we know that there are an awful lot of councils going through an SRV process. We haven't got to that stage yet. We've had a recommendation that we should, but we are not in a position to be able to pursue that, and think that there's a lot of work that we need to do internally before we get to that stage. I would advocate for injection of funds to rural councils who are in this position, who've just had such a large network of roads. For us on the coast, they have been very badly affected by the recent rains. That makes it even harder for us to catch up. And I think there's a case to be made that, given the inequities in funding over the decades, that a catch-up funding of some sort would be beneficial and very much needed.
Thank you.
I would support that. I'll also add uniqueness of regional and rural. We don't have the benefit of different funding streams that may apply to metropolitan councils. We can't charge people to, park in our towns like a metro council can. We can't generate that income. It just needs to be fair across the area. And I've heard other speakers talk about looking at cost indexes across different categories of councils. And while we're a Group 5 council, there are differences even within Group 5. I think that's where we need to be headed. We need to be classifying councils as much as possible like for like, so we can meet the challenges and an increase in revenue.
Thank you.
If I could just throw in probably a more general comment there in relation to your question. Yes, the rate peg has had an impact across 50 years. It's the question around should there be a catch-up or an addition. Let's take into account the decisions were made by those councils over those previous times that deliberately chose not to take that rate peg when it was available. And there were good reasons at the time why councils made that decision, but the cumulative impact is being seen today. I would think probably within the confines of what's available today is more use of their IPNR requirements, particularly the long-term financial planning, together with a modified or easier process to through an SRV process or through the rate pegging required to do very strict compliance with IPNR. So rather than we're now going to reset the base and here is an additional amount of money to catch up what you what has been foregone. Here is the confines in which you can now start to get back on track. Conversation we had many years ago with the director at IPART said, it took you 40 years to get into this situation, you're not going to get out of it with one special variation. It is a long-term issue to get out of, but there's probably more flexibility required in the rate peg area if it's to go forward to allow that to occur.
Certainly the principle that additional payments to regional allow them to catch up be supported by Newcastle.
Thank you. If we reset all councils to a baseline that might better capture, the services and costs that communities expected, do you think the new IPART rate methodology would keep those councils solvent, absent any sort of major crisis?
Certainly been a big change for us. We were able to charge 5.2% this year because we got the population increase, and that's one of the reasons why many residents have actually reacted to it. Going back to a previous point, we had a submission of 600 signatories complaining about 5.2% increase because we've trained them to accept the 2.5% one. So if I think that the IPART changes to the rate peg formula are likely to help, but it's missing out on catching up on that.
Also, whilst the offer also doesn't take into account other cost indexes or issues, so like just the construction that, lots of construction contracts, it doesn't take into account that, it doesn't take into account wages. So population growth factor would help those councils that are growing. But when you're rural regional, you've got population potentially even declining or growing at a much lesser rate. So it may not, whilst it's helpful, it's just one factor. There probably should be other factors that need to be looked into.
You mentioned construction costs, and we've certainly heard a lot about that so far this morning and yesterday, including the cost of road materials. Do you currently get a good deal through the procurement process that you use? And is there any way that the government can examine procurement to allow councils to get a better deal?
I can't answer whether it's a good deal or not. What I can answer is, it's important that we have guidelines and governance around procurement. That needs to happen. Perhaps more reliance upon panels sort of determined by the state that councils can tap into on some of those larger contracts, and that might prevent that would allow councils to, the administrative burden of tendering for certain scale works that may not necessarily need to, so that could possibly help. That said, when you've got smaller scale work, you still need to consider and assess on merit local providers as well. So certainly for the larger ones, if there's an ability to increase the scope of, pre-approved providers, that would assist. but you also need to, particularly for rural and regional, allow, in a competitive sense, those providers to tender and be assessed for works.
The other thing I'd add to that too is over recent years we have seen quite a lot of road funding through grants become available, which is fantastic. It's been very useful, but that has increased the competition for the contract companies out there, and we have struggled at times to secure suppliers for our roadworks just because every other surrounding council is trying to grab them, and I'm sure that that has impacted on the costs.
Yeah, so if you have a large bridge program or grants for bridges and you've got, half the state applying for new bridges, that's not great in a competitive environment. We tend to apply for what we can deliver as much as we can. And that's why we would advocate for anti-grant, so we could actually plan the work in the future as opposed to just trying to do it within a short time frame and tooling up for that particular purpose.
Thank you. Noting in your submission, you have the two recommendations. Recommendation 1, which is, as you say, best approach, abolish rate capping, and recommendation 2, second best, redesign rate capping. What alternate safeguards would you suggest would be appropriate to ensure that any rate increases are affordable for communities?
With respect to, item 1, if rate pegging is abolished, the IPNR framework ensures a process that, 1, we engage and 2, councils accountable. And that's first and foremost. But as far as safeguards, there's nothing, there'll be nothing preventing high part of government announcing, an appropriate, for a group of councils, what's the appropriate rate or rate peg. And if that's made publicly available, then it's up to councils either to follow that or not. If councils are not going to say unjustified large increases to their rates, but if the government can hold council to account by looking at its financial indicators, in circumstances where councils up their rates substantially, their financial indicators are moderate or modest, that's an indication that it's unjustified. Likewise, if you've got a council that doesn't increase their rates at all, and it puts them in a deficit position, well, that's an indicator as well, where the government can step in and hold them to account.
Do you think we could better customise the rate peg for each council, or provide a peg in a range to give a greater element of flexibility? Would that help?
100%, 100%, because that's ideally, you could have developed a cost index for a group of councils, like councils, and then provide an additional rate, be it 2% up to 5% or whatever it is, that allows the council to engage with the community and be held accountable for works and what it achieves, what it sets out to achieve with respect to that additional rate. So yes.
And how do we then ensure that council will set a rate that the community can afford to pay?
Council determines its competing priorities through the IPNR process. So more relies upon that. The IPNR process determines that the council allocates its resources appropriately in accordance with what the community is after.
Leaving aside the rate peg for one moment, are there other ways that you would suggest we could look at to ensure the financial sustainability of councils?
Yeah, so there's a couple. Before I get to cost shifting, we'll talk 18 exemptions could be looked at. So for us, for instance, where you have not influx, but we have quite a few manufactured home estates. Manufactured home estates don't help us in a rating sense or an income sense because essentially charged upon one rate for property, whereas you might have a couple of hundred residences on those premises, and we can't charge rates for that. So that's looking at the rating exemptions. Secondly, when we look at independent retirement living, for example, some of those establishments are run by charitable institutions. again, due to rating exemptions, we can't rate those properties, so there's a drop in income. Pension rebates is another category. We've got 11,600 odd properties that are subject to the pension rebate. Costs us approximately over $2 million a year. So there's some areas there. Cost shifting, something out of the inquiry that we probably would hope to get a comment on at least, is the impact on cost shifting on local government. Without getting too much in the emergency services levy, but that is a burden for the council. It was only yesterday when the council had to determine a matter on an SES facility in one of our 95 villages. So there's a lot of grant funding available to construct the facility, but the council has to give up land or assets to construct. SES and emergency services is certainly a worthwhile cause, but that shouldn't be put onto local government. The other obvious one is waste levies. So if we're not getting enough money back from the waste levy, the amount that we expend.
Are there other opportunities for your council to raise revenue, say, separate from that rate pegged income?
Yes.
And could you give...
Yes, definitely there's.
Yep.
So internal efficiency, so this council's looking at a business transformation program at the moment where we're looking to generate savings, and we've projected that in our long-term financial plan. So they're realised. Service reviews, so great thing mandated by the state, we're doing it anyway, but looking at all of our services and where we could be more efficient and respond to the community. Looking at our property portfolio, council's convened or established an asset advisory committee that assists and council on its property portfolio, and various investments. So yeah, there are opportunities that council need to explore those. Council needs to at least explore all those before it goes down an SRV path in any event, because you need to ensure that you've been as lean as you possibly can and you don't pass a burden onto the community before your own house is in order.
Thank you. I note in your submission, and we've heard a lot of evidence about the issues being with the general fund as opposed to water and wastewater. But I noted with your submission when you received Mid Coast Water that they carried significant levels of debt related to major infrastructure projects. How much of a problem or a challenge has that been for your council?
As far as the committee be aware, water fund it's externally restricted, so what comes through those funds, it funds its own operations. But because of the high level of debt that former Mid Coast Water had, what it's done is probably delayed the continuation of capital works programs over probably a 10 or 15 year period. It's the water fund, they're paying enough to continue with operations. The debt is coming down and has been for a number of years and will continue to do so. But the ability to probably renew assets at the pace that would be desirable has been delayed while that's occurred. Those funds water fund is now coming out the other side, and we're now starting to ramp up in the capital works space again. But there was a need for a breather for a few years while they maintain their financial sustainability through that. But that's also not uncommon in those very heavy infrastructure funds where the capital expenditure is large and lump.
In the latest AEC report for your council, it says that you've done well to keep your cash position relatively stable, but that you're not investing in long-term asset renewal as a result. Is that a fair assessment?
Yes, we don't disagree with that. The reason we commissioned the report is to have someone look at it independently so we could try to, improve the situation.
And what can you do to change this or improve this, as you say?
So things that we're looking at are getting the most out of a property portfolio, things that most of our investments, being more efficient, trying to generate more cash.
And in terms of your rates, you've got the 6th lowest average rate for residential and 5th lowest for business rating categories compared to neighbouring councils. And as per the OLG data for 2021-22, Mid-Coast is the lowest for farmland average rates and 2nd lowest for domestic waste management charges amongst the Group 5 councils. How did this come about, and is there opportunity here also?
I mentioned earlier that we have this year put a lot of our fees and charges up more than we have previously. But I think one of the fundamental issues facing this council is the ability of residents to pay. Yep. I mentioned that we've got the highest demographic in New South Wales. We have 20% of our ratepayers on a pension or rebate, fixed income, and putting up rates this year by the IPART recommended amount of 5.2 has created a bit of a storm out there because they can't afford it. The claims are that they can't afford it. And the prospect of SRVs in the future is something that we obviously will need to consider. But there's a huge reluctance because there is knowledge that the community cannot afford to pay.
Yeah. And with that in mind... sorry, yep.
So going to add to that, the reason why is it's historical. We've inherited the rate structures of the former council, so they would have been low within their categories. You bring it together, we don't get that uplift, so it's reflective of what was there in the past.
Thank you. You've somewhat preempted my next question. Is there anything that you can do to change that rating structure, or that you would suggest could be done to change that rating structure to improve things somewhat?
Not sure that there's a lot. Council went through the process of harmonising its rate structure, which it was required to do by legislation after the protection period. We've tried to keep that at a level where it is still affordable, but there were swings across the various categories and subcategories. Without major increases in the level of rates, realistically, we're not going to move up the comparison with the other councils in our categories. So realistically, the only way to increase or to be higher up that list is just more rate income coming in. We can look at, and council need to in the next term, at the rate structure and see where that burden is falling as to whether we are underrating or overrating any category within our rate structure. But as far as where we compare with the rest of our category, that's a function of how much we actually levy in rates.
Thank you. In terms of taking into consideration all you've said about the affordability issues within your community, and obviously the latest increase and the level of, I suppose, opposition or concern that's created amongst the community, what else? What other avenues have you looked at in order to raise your revenue without causing that hardship? I know you've mentioned a couple of other examples. Is there anything else any other opportunities that you would also suggest to the committee?
Well, as far as sources of revenue, pretty much 30% of our revenue is generated through grants. So, being mindful of when grant opportunities do arise, that we apply for grants that aren't going to hit us with a future financial burden, so they're more sustainable. So we've got to be more cognizant of that. We need to ensure that we manage our assets sustainably as much as we can. So, spending our rating dollar more wisely on our infrastructure, so the burden, right down the road. They're probably two of the other ones I'll probably mention.
Yeah, and part of your, I know part of your strategy to get back into surplus includes pricing fees and charges so they at least cover costs. Why were they ever below cost recovery?
Once again, it's historical. We've started with the level of the fees that were applied at by the former councils, tried to harmonise those to an extent. The council in this last budget period has taken a very strong stance on it, and we've had the staff going through the process of justifying cost of service and is the fee actually recovering the cost of service. So there have been some significant shifts across our fees and charges schedule for the upcoming financial year to make sure that if a fee is a full cost recovery fee, that it actually does that. Similarly, where there's opportunities with our fees and charges to make a profit on some of those areas, that we are doing that. So where it is something that's required by a person that is obviously going to have benefit from it, but they're paying market price for it. Where it's statutory, okay, we've got to deal with that. Where we've determined that it's full cost recovery, we're making sure that it does. And where it's something that we're competing with the private sector, that we're actually getting a return on our investment.
Thank you.
It has taken us a while to get to that just through harmonisation.
Yeah, right. Thank you. And just finally, in terms of the SRV process, I noted at the start, you mentioned that you were entertaining the idea of an SRV and that's perhaps not on the table anymore or off the table for a bit. Do you have any suggestions around that SRV process and how, if possible, we could streamline that or improve that?
Well, I think in our submission we briefly mentioned the Victorian SRV example, where it's more council-led as opposed to reviewed by external body. So in circumstances where a project applies to a particular part of the LGA, council can consult with that part of the LGA, similar to like it would through an IPNR process. And if there's significant support or adequate support, should be able to just run with that process as opposed to going through the whole gambit of what's required under an SRV. What we tend to forget is not only the applications that were made, but the council that actually start a process, which is fine because you're starting the process and it's an engagement, and then go back. So similar to perhaps the Victorian example, you'll go out to community if you don't have enough support or you don't generate support because you've had that council as a body politic, they don't proceed with it. So give him more flexibility or discretion to the council on particular projects and then generate new.
Thank you. Thank you so much for making time to give evidence to this inquiry today and again for your submission. The questions that were taken on notice, the committee secretariat will be in touch with you and you'll have 21 days to respond. Thank you again. We'll now have a short break. Thanks. We'll just wait for our next witnesses to come. If you want to take a seat for our next witnesses. 11:15.
Where do you want to go? Tony, Nick, you want to come?
Welcome. Welcome to our next witnesses. And thank you so much for making time to give evidence to this inquiry today. If I could ask each of you, starting on my left with Mrs. Avery, to state your name, position, title, and swear either the oath or the affirmation, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Tony Avery. I'm the General Manager at Uralla Shire Council, and I'm happy to do the oath.
Sure, go.
I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm happy to take the oath. My name is Robert Bell. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me, I'm the Mayor of Uralla Shire Council, shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Mick Raby. I'm the Director's Infrastructure at Uralla Shire Council. I affirm that I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And would any of you like to start by making an opening statement? Please proceed.
Thank you very much. As the Chair will note, Tony and me have just come to make sure I don't make a complete mess of this, so I appreciate it. Good morning. Look, thanks for the opportunity to provide information to the committee. As I said, my name's Robert Bell. I'm the Mayor of Uralla Shire, which is a small rural council located in the Northern Tablelands, supporting 6,150 residents. I'm also a qualified engineer and have worked in local government for over 35 years, including in Tamworth. Uralla has provided the committee with a submission which touches on the subject matter being considered by the committee. Members of the committee will note that I've taken a slightly different tact. I'm happy to answer questions that members may have. I guess my first point is that rate pegging is not the primary cause of our financial issues. Rather, the huge restriction on our council to respond to the pressures caused by the federal and state governments. And I will go through the list. Number one, the financial assistance grants from the federal government, approximately half of the 1% that was promised to local government. Two, the return on the federal government fuel tax to roads is less than 50%, in fact probably somewhere between 30 and 40%. Three, the increase in pensioner rebates due to an ageing population, combined with the failure to increase the state government contribution. Four, the increase in compliance costs for audit risk and improvement committees, environmental and regulatory framework. And five, the increase in emergency services contributions and other emergency services obligations. My second point, I strongly agree to support the submissions made by the Country Mayors Association, the 29th of May 2004, Local Government New South Wales and the Local Government Professionals, April 26, 2024. Point three, I'm a huge advocate for fleet from our books. It no longer makes sense. Probably this committee will have heard a number of examples, but in some ways I blame the old Shires Association. I know when the legislation was drafted that you've got to keep control. We now have 1,000 members of the Rural Fire Service that wear white shirts and us fellas out in the bush that wear yellow shirts. The council has no control. Trucks go where they need. It's a nonsense, so the sooner that's removed the better. I'm also supportive of a detailed review of regional roads. I do not expect all the roads to be reclassified again. I was very concerned as an ex-engineer to see that we were having a discussion that Transport for New South Wales were never going to support taking regional roads up to the same KPIs that they required for state roads. And I think we lost in the argument about how we could fix that. We still have one road that we'd like to
more than happy to discuss with the Minister for Regional Transport and Roads when she visited our Shire, based mostly on renewable energy transport, not so much on whether we think our regional roads should be put back. But again, I go back to the old Shires Association, where the Minister for Roads at the time invited the President of the Shires Association in for a cup of tea and said, look, we'd like to give all these roads to you. You know where they are. We'll give you a bit of money each year and you can fight for improvement money, and that'd be wonderful, wouldn't it? Yes, thank you very much, and walked out. That's cost local government in regional areas millions. Point 4, council is often seen as the last chance for community support, such as aged care, community services and community transport. Uralla Shire provides all these services. The fundamental issue for us is basically to provide the best service possible on a break-even basis. Not to make money, not to, and as I say, the issue for our aged care facilities is that that's probably the number one issue for council and the community, that we maintain a high level. Thank you. Point 5, renewable energy. Uralla is the centre of the New England Regional Energy Zone. We expect $10 billion in capital expenditure. However, we have to fight for 1.5% and are then being directed where we spend it. There is pressure on housing, transport, materials, environment, and so it goes on. The thought of 6,000 people coming to our region, employment, very few will bring families. Most of them will either live in accommodation. We've already seen graphs provided of rents going to, rental accommodation going to zero, house prices going up by over 150,000. They're all being tracked formally rather than just anecdotal. Waste management, point 6, the community expectation and compliance regulations combined with the challenges for recycling are a huge financial impost on council. Council are in preliminary discussions with the University of New South Wales and the University of New England to look to recycle solar panels. We already have 10,000 damaged panels stored in our Shire, and that's only the first solar project. So if we can find a way to make that a viable industry, then that's what we will do. Point 7, water and council provides both services for Uralla and Bandara, which is Bandara is a town of 2,500 and Bandara about 400. To meet the recent upgrades, main repairs and increasing compliance requirements, we took the unpopular step to increase access and usage charges above CPI. This, however, highlights how much easier, with full public consultation, this process is other than having to go through a special rate variation required for general rates. So yes, we took the fall, we believe we're heading in the right direction. Point 8, depreciation. Seen as a wonderful tool to maintain current assets and ensure funds for replacement of end of service. We need a mature debate regarding infrastructure funded grants and items that may be replaced end of useful life, and a robust asset management plans are key to this. As an engineer, I'm frustrated that we can get $3.5 million for a new bridge, and the accountants can tell me that we already lost 1/100th of that value in cash at the end of the project. I never understood that, and I'm actually blaming my engineering colleagues for that. The other part is that I then wanted to highlight is that I believe that there are solutions for the state government. The first one, and I actually looked this up, you can ensure the Grants Commission refines its funding model for rural versus metropolitan councils. For those members that have read Professor Drew's, he talks about horizontal fiscal equalisation. I had to look it up again this morning, but where basically city councils don't need the money they do and we do. That's more. And I'm happy to have that argument with city councils. I did listen to one councillor from Wallara complain that Waverley complained that the parking meters down on the Bondi Beach weren't paying all their road maintenance costs. I can't tell you what I said to him after. So basically, 2, remove the red flag from council books. It's just like having a bear on your backside. All emergency services to be funded by the state government. Return pensioner rebates and library subsidies to their original level. review funding for regional roads including reclassifications where appropriate, and rate state and federal government land, including national parks and schools, and even forestry, which is an income generating stream, appropriately. Allow council to include rate and electricity charge relief in the planning agreements with the renewable energy developers, including Energy Co. The issue for Uralla Shire is the option to do nothing is no longer an option. We have, similar to the Federal Reserve, we only have one lever to pull. The only way for us to increase funding is, without the grants process that we've been fortunate in the last few years, is to increase our rates. All of our neighbours have had special rate variations. The council for the last 2.5 years have been absolutely diligent with our general manager and our director to ensure that there isn't any waste, there's no fat on the bone, there's no areas where we thought we could improve efficiencies. We're at the stage now where, yes, we look forward to having robust discussions with the renewable energy developers. However, we can't put parking meters up our main street. We've only got 2 blocks in the CBD, and I can't tell you what the locals would think of that. Our fees and charges now are at a level that match CPI increases. So I guess at the end of the day, as I say, we need a better way. But thank you very much for your time. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll now move to questions, starting with Dr. Amanda Con.
Thank you so much for coming to give evidence today and for that very comprehensive opening statement. Through this inquiry, we've had a number of discussions about the broad range of services that local governments are providing, and particularly the distinction between metropolitan and rural councils. I was particularly interested to hear from Uralla, because I understand that you provide an aged care facility, which is a tremendous example of leadership in local government meeting community need where state and federal governments are not providing that service. I'm interested to understand how the aged care facilities are currently funded and provided, and I guess what it would mean for your community if council was no longer able to provide that service.
Thank you, Dr. Cohen. I might step through. When council first built the facility in Uralla, 36-bed hostel, and we have one at Bundara for 9 beds. Now, I know it's old technology, but the one at Bundara was set up as low care. The one in Uralla was basically set up as a mix of high and low care, and I understand now there are much more distinct divisions that include now dementia in our facility. The latest review we had suggested that we needed probably to get to 50 beds around the challenges around providing full-time nursing care and how we manage that. Council's financial position has been to work every day to make it break even, not to make a profit. We don't draw funds out of it, anything put aside. The biggest challenge more recently has been the confusion between state and federal awards and when they might come into play, and so staff see something on the TV that says they're all getting 18% increase and then finds out that that's been put back. So council have actually twice now guaranteed that whenever that they'll be paid the money, and whenever it's all sorted out, we'll sit down and finalise what the final figure should look like. So attracting staff has obviously been a challenge. If you can imagine, to bring somebody from an agency in to provide nursing care on the weekends, it's about $5,000 a weekend, which makes our staff who work really diligently, 35 hours a week, anxious about that. But at the end of the day, the community absolutely want the facility. Most residents have either had a family member in the facility or their wives or their partners, and even though we're only 25 kilometres south of Armidale, it's amazing how much easier it is for people to travel if they're family members in the town rather than having to go to 25 kilometres. So people are talking about once a day versus once a week. So, which surprised me about how much care people need, and that makes it part of the community. So our Friends of McMoores committee, this huge fundraising group, have been very supportive from day one, and I guess that one of the fortunate things for us is we have outstanding staff who are absolutely committed to it. And I'll be honest, it's not a sort of environment that I could work in, but those people that do an amazing job. There was a second question, Dr. Cohen, sorry.
I think you probably covered both in that answer, yeah. I also wanted to ask about the renewable energy zone, which you mentioned in your opening statement, which is obviously providing a huge benefit to the whole state. And you've really well described the pressures that the renewable energy zone is putting on your community and on council assets. What support do you need to make it workable for your community, either from the state government or from the developers?
Where do I start? 20 years ago, we would have liked a really good plan how this was all going to fall into place. That's my opening statement. I think that's non-political. The issue that I've taken and our council's taken is let's not argue about renewable energy not coming or whether we think we should have gas or nuclear or how we do it. But ensuring that the benefit for our community is the maximum that we can expect. So together with the members of the Coalition of Regional Energy Mayors, we sought to have that 1.5%, which at the time, if we look back through our 712 charges, so our capital investment charges were around 1%. That's now been transcribed by the Department of Planning into $850 per megawatt for solar and 1,050 megawatts for wind turbines. The reality is that the challenges around transport will be huge. We're talking for a wind turbine, we're talking 8 oversized vehicles, including the 3 that have got the actual vanes on them. And they're now talking between 60 and 80 metres. The challenges around one of the wind farm developments wants 100 kilometres of internal roads, so assuming they're only 4 metres wide and a couple of 200 millimetres thick, you can imagine the gravel that's involved. So not only are we seeing the actual items coming into site, and each turbine might need between 5 and 800 cubic metres of concrete, plus all the gravel, all of that's got to come from within our region. The positive has been to date, we've already got 400 megawatts produced from a solar farm with 1 million panels on it, and they're going to stage 2 later this year. Is that we basically have zero unemployment. So one of the things, if you asked me 15 years ago, the challenge living in Uralla was about youth not having positive things to do. We don't have that issue. So anybody that wants employment can find it, including if they want a job with Uralla Shire, I'm more than happy to talk. The other part is that it's made, as we saw at the end of COVID, where families were looking to move out of Sydney, we went through a period where you couldn't buy a house. We went from being a really affordable market to probably at 150 to 200,000 on that market, and that's made us, so instead of getting families, we're getting single male or female workers, so that's a challenge. We have seen some advantages in the region because we had capacity at the Tamworth with their flight training centre, which basically closed down, and also with the University of New England, where the number of full-time students has diminished, so they had residential accommodation available, so we've seen a lot of that taken up. We're now going through a process where if a company wants to develop, if you like, a donga or workplace, that we try and find some sort of legacy program, so when they do the development, at the end of the time, if they take their buildings away, we're left with water, sewer, curb and gutter, footpaths, the like, that we can then reprocess for affordable housing. So we're trying to have those discussions with developers. There is some interest, but again, the timing's a challenge where they say, well, we want to start work in 2 years' time. Well, we want to work through this process. So Council are doing a lot of work in that space, and we're just about to release an RFQ for, we've released an RFQ for a housing review, and which goes back to one of the frustrations that I have, that because we had very little population growth, when we applied originally for funding to do a housing study Department of Planning said, well, you've got almost no growth. To which we said, well, we're about to get 6,000 people in the area, which we still didn't match their funding guidelines. So we've been able to fund that through Energy Code, through the $250,000 per annum that they've offered to do, and we had those discussions to say we need to do that. Our staff, and we've now also got a strategic planner to review the scoping reports that are coming to council. We've had 2 scoping reports in the last week come to council. We expect that number to increase. We've had probably 10 to 12 developers speak to council. So when I show you a map of where the developments that are currently on the books, that's probably a third of the reality of what we expect to face. It's fair to say that the map I have has been coloured in by, it looks like the whole Shire's covered in either wind or solar. It's not quite like that, but we expect somewhere between 400 and 500 turbines in our Shire. We've already had approval from the Independent Planning Commission for 32. We think that's only the start of the process. We expect with the solar farm, as I say, probably another 1 million solar panels. So the issue for us is, as the Mayor, is that I just want to see us get a fair shake out of how this works for our community. So if we can walk away at the end of it, because we know that 6,000 jobs will come 60. So it's not like mining progress where you set it all up and then you've got ongoing work for the next 30 years. We need something that's positive and that we can look into the future and say, this is how we're set up. We know there'll be funding coming under the voluntary planning agreements. Although I'd like to take the word voluntary out, I'd like to see the state and federal governments put their hand up to say, if we're going to spend all this money in renewable energy, then what projects can we bring to your Shire? What projects can we bring to your town that would make you... because Urella's in a fortunate position at the moment. The original solar farm was negotiated with landowners. It's not right in people's face. So apart from having to wait a bit longer at the pub for a meal, and as I say, the accommodation issues, we haven't seen the Yanks, but if you go down the road to Walker, I can assure you that it's a very hot topic where they're talking about 100 wind turbines, and we're just on the edge of it, so including a council meeting that they had last night. So there is some of that pushback. I can manage it better in our community if I can say to people, this is what's coming, however, this is the advantages you'll get, and we think that, you know, as a community, we'll be better off and playing our part in the transformation. And I was pleased to hear the Minister for Environment and Energy say that she didn't want to be the Minister to turn off the lights. None of us want to do that.
That answer was very comprehensive.
Oh,
if
sorry,
I could just ask a very quick
too
follow-up, and I'll pass to my colleagues. This one you may well want to take on notice or pass to your senior staff. I'm interested if any work has been done to quantify that impact of the renewable energy zone. You mentioned things like the impact on your road assets, on waste management. Have you actually done any calculation of what that quantum is?
Well, Chair, through you. Thanks, Dr. Amanda. Got some fairly accurate, but I would call anecdotal input. Our experience with the existing solar installation, which is about 980,000 panels, approximately 10% of the panels have to be scrapped at construction stage. They either come off the ship's broken or they're faulty or they're damaged during the installation process. That's 100,000 panels from stage one of a 3-stage project, of which there will be possibly 10 other projects of similar sizes. So 100,000 panels. I'm not confident there is, for example, an appropriate recycling industry to deal with that level. We have been doing some research ourselves, working with University of New South Wales, for example, who have a professor and postdoctoral students working on recycling techniques. One of the issues with recycling solar panels, all the good stuff is stuck to the glass, and nobody's found a way of getting the good stuff off without breaking the glass and that sort of thing. Uni of New South Wales appears to have cracked that problem with a low energy type recycling process, but it's only capable of doing single panels at the moment, and we're going to host them to come up and set up a sort of test facility at Uralla, and hopefully that we can modularise that and expand it if it works, etc. There'd need to be a white horse investor come in to fund the whole thing at some point, but if it works, that all that sort of thing's doable. So that's the first thing I'd say about the recycling. There was also during the construction phase of that single installation of 980,000 panels, for about a 7 or 8 month period, there were probably 2 tipper trucks of cardboard waste coming off the site. So that couldn't be dealt with through our facility. So there's certainly opportunities there. And I guess one of the things I'd say is, as the Mayor was pointing out, we're not anti-res, and we're trying to be immune to the whole argument. Rather, it's a happening thing. It's got to happen. I think everybody understands that. It's been, and this isn't something to lay at the table of the state government or previous state governments, it's hit the whole country, I think, that these things are now necessary, but it's happened at very short notice. There is, I think one of the things state government might consider doing would be putting in some stronger processes around the staging of these installations. Left to their own devices, investors will decide to invest when the timing is right, based on return. That could see 5 or 6 of these installations going on simultaneously, which would see our population double for a period of... the construction phase for each of these things is about 2 years long for each installation. And so you've got significant increased numbers. If that was to happen all at the same time, there would be... There's not, as the Mayor was pointing out, not enough gravel to build this stuff within the LGA. We've got a significant number of quarries that deal with normal situations pretty well, but the impact on this would increase their output 100-fold overnight. And you just wonder about how that might turn out. The issues with the increased population from construction staff could be of enormous benefit to the town in terms of increased local business activity. But what we went through with the first installation was rental properties going to zero, people being outbid, people who'd been long-term residents in Uralla being outbid for rental properties, as would naturally occur, and many of those have left town and won't return. So we want to protect ourselves against that. To go back directly to the recycling thing, the recycling of solar panels, I think is an issue. There still does not appear to be any planning around the decommissioning at the end of the 30-year life span of a wind tower, for example. So I'd like to see some research on that. We haven't even started, but I think that could be more appropriately done at a state level. The cardboard, the very flimsy timber pallets that these things get shipped on, 300 or 400 tonnes of that on a monthly basis during the installation process. And that's just from one of potentially 15 or 20 that are yet to come.
Thank you. We'll now turn to the opposition for questions. The Honourable Sam Farraway, who I believe is online.
Thank you, Chair, and very good to see you, Mr Mayor, again. I was in the fantastic Uralla last Saturday, called into the top half as well, a great little spot there. Wanted to take on some of your commentary and observations about oversize and overmass vehicles while we're on that topic. Has Transport for New South Wales or the state government sort of really spoken to you about your local road network and about how that would be impacted with these renewable energy projects and how that is going to be managed so it's not just another form of shifting?
think there are a couple of issues. While it comes up the New England Highway, that's obviously federally funded, state managed, and the challenges there have already been identified around, particularly around Muswellbrook and Singleton. I understand there's funding in the budget to work through Muswellbrook. Singleton, I think they've got enough to draw a line on a map and a couple of pegs in the ground, but that's all at this stage. The issues that come that we've been focused on is the project at Walker was originally going to go from Bendemeer, and I'm sorry if I use geographic terms that aren't familiar with the committee, from Bendemeer to Walker on the Oxley Highway. The Oxley Highway has one bad corner onto a bridge near Walker Road and also has no pull-off areas. So the alternative offered by the developer was to come towards Uralla and then go across a local road and down TSR and then back onto Thunderbolts Way, which is a regional road. So hence our discussions with the Minister for Regional Transport and Roads to say we don't know how to manage the maintenance and upgrade of this road, given that not only will Winterbourne is given approval, but also we now have Hillview Solar, we have the BEST program that's been talked about, batteries and energy storage program, and we have Energy Co wanting to do up a major transmission line. So all of those are, if you like, co-contributors to the destruction of a road that's set up to carry 500 to 600 vehicles a day, of which probably 10% are heavy vehicles. So somewhere or another, we have to find a way that us as a community end up with a road that's hopefully better, but doesn't fall apart. So so it also...
To that point, Mr Mayor, To that point, Mr Mayor, we heard from the GM of Tamworth, Mr Bennett, earlier, about how, in terms of funding the infrastructure needed to enable these renewable energy zones and these projects, one-off payments to councils are not going to solve the problem. And that's what I really wanted to hone in with you, if that's all right, is one-off payment to Uralla Shire for the disruption and wear and tear on the roads up front isn't really going to cut it, is it? There needs to be a far more holistic view, and that's what Mr Bennett, I think, had in his evidence around the long-term maintenance of that road over the duration of the project, and whilst that energy generation is happening, because there's going to be more travel on those roads, and it's not about just the construction initially, is it?
No, and I'm not going to argue with my learned colleague from Tamworth. I will make one comment, Your Honour. The issue that's come out of one of the roads in Uralla, the solar farm, was completely given over to what's now ACE and was UPC, became UPC AC. So they were responsible for all the upgrade of the road, and including the maintenance, and now have a bonding process with council. So through that construction period, they were fully responsible for the maintenance. But we could say, because there was only minimal rural traffic on that road, there was no issue with us saying, sorry, but it's 100% your responsibility. And they were carting something like 56 heavy vehicles a day on that. A significant amount of it was gravel trucks, but also obviously the solar panels coming to the side, and then the transmission for Transgrid and the generators that were needed. The issue that we didn't get, and the council, and we won't be caught like this again, was that we didn't accurately identify the roads where gravel was going to be used to access the site. So from the western side of the Shire, where gravel was carted to the solar farm, when they hit the highway and they went onto Asons Road, that was fine, but they used a number of local roads. 2 of them they destroyed. We then had to negotiate to get them repaired and appropriately to an appropriate level, because if we go back in history, in my days as engineer, we didn't need to worry about the old Section 11 charges, haulage charges on gravel pits, because all the gravel was used in the Shire. If it goes out of the Shire, people can pay a levy. We've now had to go back and look at gravel pits that had 2,000 or 3,000 cubic metre approvals per annum to wanting 30 to 40,000 cubic metres per annum, and for them to have to pay a levy. We've already had the argument with one developer where they said, well, we're not paying the levy, and we said, well, we're not letting the gravel come out of the pit until the levy's paid by somebody. So it's some of that's confrontational, some of that ends up with our lawyers. We're, as I say, a small council, and I never did a law degree, so it's all a bit of an interesting time, and I appreciate the fact I've got good staff with us.
Uralla would have, as you said, Mr. Mayor, Uralla would have a lot of unsealed roads. Do you support the New South Wales government when distributing road funding that it should be based on the size of road network, and that should be the total size of road network, including unsealed roads, to make it equitable, so those regional councils that have unsealed road networks and larger road networks should be receiving, equitable and proportional funding from whatever the funding pool is, rather than a contested pool of money, a bit like a beauty contest.
I would appreciate any increase in our road fundings. The issue I'd raise is that if we talk about gravel roads and we know the amount of traffic on that road, and obviously our Director of Infrastructure has a program where they be graded once a year or twice a year, whether areas need to be gravel or not. And we also have historically roads in the southeastern section of our shire that were only bitumen because there were fruit trees in the area and they didn't want dust on the fruit. But where our major traffic routes are is a real focus for us, and the amount of heavy traffic on them is increasing. And so a formula that comes up that gives us more road funding and allows the Director to allocate those assets across the shire, we would strongly welcome. Now, the advantage for Uralla, and I guess this has come out in the rates inquiry, is that we've been able to maintain hopefully 95% access for all rural communities through whatever the conditions are. So if we need to repair a section of road, we've been able to afford to. Recent grant funding's made some of that possible through the flooding system. Obviously we're at the top of the tableland, so we're never look the same as Lismore or Forbes, but our challenges, without the grant funding, we would have had to not be able to meet that requirement.
A question before I've got to wrap up, possibly to the General Manager, or to you, Robert, if you can answer. It's around grants. Now, we've heard that councils, it can be very volatile waiting for grants or applying for grants, which is one issue. But over the course of the last financial year, has Uralla 1 been successful in obtaining any state government grants? And has Uralla Shire seen a reduction in the amount of grants from state government that they have been able to apply for?
Thank you for the question. We have been very fortunate in recent years with grants, and we're actually still in the process of undertaking the programs of works associated with those grants. So we are still busy rolling out programs of works funded by grants, but we do expect that generosity may decrease in the future. So we're certainly keeping busy doing that. In fact, to the point where we've engaged a dedicated civil infrastructure project manager to roll out projects under the grant funding, and likewise in our water and sewer area. So we're very grateful for those.
So sorry, cutting, because I've only got limited time. Those grants are from, I suspect, you're talking about grants that were maybe a couple of years ago that are still in the pipeline. My question was, have you been able to secure any new grants in the last financial year from state government? And have you seen the grant funding opportunities decrease in the last 12 months?
We certainly have secured a number of grants, but not significant ones. I don't recall any particular significant grants that we have secured in the last 12 months. They've all had a gestation period prior to that. So I might just ask my colleague if you can recall of any in the last 12 months in the infrastructure delivery area. I think they're all funding that we previously had applied for or had been awarded. And many of those are related to the disasters of recent years. So a lot of the recovery works, for example, and so on.
Sorry, I understand the member's question. some of the larger grants we've received, the block grants for transport roads, those sorts of things continue to flow and have increased slightly, sort of a CPI increase, I guess. I would say, and this goes back to prior to current government, so there's a track record of what I would suggest is excellent support in Euralis case, and particularly around the disaster response type stuff. We were smashed with a couple of floods, and the response through state government entities, including especially Transport for New South Wales, we have a fantastic local relationship going on, and we've been very well served. The issue, of course, is not just the money; it's actually getting the money spent to good effect. And in Euralis case, that's certainly an issue because contractors aren't readily available, for example. So to answer the member's question, no particular issues from our end on the grants issue. We're fully aware, though, that that may change in the future for a whole range of reasons.
Thank you. I might just jump in with a final question before we finish up. On your website, I noted that you make the General Manager briefings on councillors public. I just wondered if that has an impact at all on the sorts of decisions that are made, or if you have any thoughts or feedback around how that operates currently.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for that question. It's an interesting issue. There was a previous political position by members of our current council that everything that happens in council should be open to the public. I found that a little bit limiting in terms of some of the opportunities to have open and frank conversations with councillors. So while that isn't necessarily a different position, it's simply that we also need to have the opportunity to have conversations with council and brief them on matters that to ensure that they're fully informed before they're actually engaging on matters in the public arena. So we do take the opportunity to do that, as well as ensuring that we have as much open communication and engagement with the community as possible.
If I can pick up on that, Madam Chair, the issue, and it's been highlighted by the renewable energy developers, their first step is they talk to landowners, so once they've got landowners signed up, they then come and talk to council. At that stage, it's commercial in confidence. So while the director and the general manager and I, and maybe our strategic planner might meet with them, our first step then is to say, well, when you get to a position where you can come and address council, and then we want to know whether you want to, it's a public, once you start your public consultation process, which goes to the heart of, when I look at a map of what's now on our website, it's only 50% of what we know is coming. And so the challenge about the public access to information versus private information, and quite frankly, if the general manager and I have a frank and friendly discussion, then it's not public, I can assure you of that.
Thank you. That's all we have time for in terms of questions today. Any questions or supplementary questions or notice, the Secretariat will get in touch with you for the details around that, and you'll have 21 days to respond. Thank you again for making time to give evidence today to the inquiry.
Well, thank you very much for the opportunity, and as I say, if you get a chance to spend a bit more time up at the tablelands, we're more than happy to see you. Sam, Amanda, thank you.
Thank you.
Stephen, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much.
Welcome to our next witnesses, and thank you so much for making time to be here today and to give evidence to this inquiry. If I could ask each of you, starting from my left, to state your name and position title and swear either the oath or the affirmation, please.
Thank you. My name is Kelly Stidworthy. I'm the Director of Corporate Services from Gunnedah Shire Council. And I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Good morning, panel. My name is Greg McDonald. I'm the General Manager at Upper Shire Council. I'll be taking the oath. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Good morning, panel. My name is Wayne Phelps. I'm the Manager of Finance at Upper Shire Council. I'll also be taking the oath. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. And would any of you like to start by making an opening statement?
Well, thank you for the opportunity to appear at this inquiry and for holding some of the hearings in regional areas. It's very much appreciated. Gunnedah Shire Council's submission identified that financial sustainability is a complex issue for local government, as every council is different. And the old adage that councils' core functions are roads, rates and rubbish couldn't be further from the diverse entities that councils are today. And our complex regulatory environment is not well understood by most people outside of the local government industry. Recognition of this is important, as councils have not been permitted to be masters of their own destiny in terms of financial sustainability. The negative impact of the rate peg and cost shifting over time has meant that councils have had continually to do more with less, and this has not always been in the best interests of the community. It's not well understood by most people that the effect of the rate peg over time has meant that many councils have reduced spending in important areas. A recent report released by the Gatton Institute, which was entitled Potholes and Pitfalls, How to Fix Local Roads, found that spending on transport has fallen from almost half of local government spending in the 1980s to about 21% today. And it also found that an extra $1 billion is needed in the next 12 months just to keep roads in the same condition as they are today. At Gunnedah Shire Council, this does concern us. We have a 1,420 kilometre long road network, and we've conservatively estimated our infrastructure asset renewal backlog will rise to about $30 million in the next 10 years. And we don't have access to funding at this time to address this. We would support an increase in funding towards roads to assist with addressing the current roads asset renewal backlog that we face and to reduce the financial burden that we'll ultimately need to pass on to our ratepayers in the absence of having access to additional state or federal funding. Thank you.
Good morning. I'll do a short statement. I want to leave as much time for questions as possible, but as I said, my name's Greg McDonald. I'm the General Manager at Upper Shire Council. I've been in local government for 30 years and I've experienced small regional councils and large metro councils. Regional councils are struggling to provide basic services, and the facilities that we do provide, such as aged care, sale yards and airports, which are not the normal type of facilities that local governments would normally do, are often subsidised by ratepayers. They form a greater benefit to not only our LGA but to the wider New South Wales and the regional areas as well, but we find that our councils are subsidising these areas. I know there's going to be some questions later, but we'd like probably to focus on some of the things we think there are some funding model solutions, a better distribution of the current funding models so that basic services can be provided in regional areas. We're still suffering from amalgamation burdens 20 years after amalgamation, so the amalgamation issues didn't resolve the issues they were supposed to have addressed. There's still cost shifting, and most of this is in our submission, but I'm happy to sort of take further questions later. We're seeing increasing audit costs, which don't actually provide any direct benefit to our community. It's just another burden a financial burden that we have to manage within our limited funding amounts. We've been relatively successful in getting capital grants, but that's not what we always need. We need operating funding to just deliver the services. We can't use capital grant funding for a lot of the services that we want to provide. We have a housing crisis, and we've provided some opportunity to the state government to try and address that using land that we own and making suggestions. We're in a self-help type situation. We want to bring something to the table to assist. but we need some assistance from the state government to allow us to address the housing crisis, and that'll address both housing for residents and housing for workers moving through our area. And finally, we're in the situation where we've had to go for an SRV. Our council is one of the very few brave councils that's chosen to do it in the lead up to the September elections. So we're actually consulting with our community over a 10% rate increase over the next 3 years, so 30% in total, or 33 cumulative% increase over the next few months leading up to the September election, because we have no other option than to go for a special rate variation. I'll leave it there, and I'm happy to take questions as we go through.
Thank you. I might start with questions for this session. And the first one is to Upper Hunter Council. You've been persistently in deficit for some years now, and your current debt is 3 times your revenue base. What's gone wrong?
Yep. So typically what's happened is that we had a lot of major development that was undertaken. One was around sale yards, the redevelopment of our sale yards facility that happened right at the point just before the drought. So everything was approved, everything was going through. We had forecasts going forward with numbers that projected a strong economy. The drought hit and effectively the numbers fell through the floor. So we've been carrying a substantial loss-making facility over the course of the last 5 years, 5 to 6 years. So unfortunately we're in a position where we've increased our fees as far as we can go. We do have a large debt against it, which effectively we had a $12 million upgrade, which effectively 8.4 of that was loan funding. So we got some grant funding, but not significantly enough. The state government provided a small amount, but it was money from federal. The next one was effectively our airport facility, upgrading of our airport facility, and also a tourism aspect to try and increase tourism and popularity to our region. And we upgraded our facility at the airport because it was in dire need and required runway upgrade. And we put in a tourism facility called the Hunter Warbirds, which is for old wartime planes. We had a lot of modelling done around it. Those numbers haven't come to fruition from a tourism aspect, which was disappointing from that angle. So we're carrying a fair bit of debt from that. So we effectively had about $7.8 million debt from that. Other debt that we had to go into was around some road funding as well. As probably the committee understands, we had a road out along Coulson's Creek near Merriwar, between Merriwar and Willow Tree. We undertook a lot of construction out there, and that road failed badly, which the state and federal government have come to the party in regards to correction of that failed road, and that road's now started the construction phase. In the meantime, to get the heavy vehicle traffic from the west to the New England Highway, we had to partner with the state government about a $3 million loan to undertake rehabilitation of that Bunnan Road, or Main Road 62. So we've got a debt from that coming through as well. So effectively it's been a very, very lean and hard road to haul over the last probably 6 years. We're feeling the effects of that investment coming through with some loss-making facilities. We also have other facilities that are losing money, like the aged care facilities, and our childcare when COVID hit. So we've got childcare as well. So to answer your question in regards to the debt has come mainly through capital injection back into the facilities, and the actual running of those facilities hasn't come to fruition what we anticipated in our initial budget.
Would add that there's been no new debt taken up in the last 3 years.
Thank you. In terms of your rates income, so I know that rates only make up sort of less than a third of your income as council, 28%. and obviously, you're going through that SRV process at the moment. To fix your problems, though, rates alone you'd have to increase rates quite enormously. Are there other ways to fix, this situation that you're in?
Absolutely. So you're right, our rates income is generally about just short of 12 million at present. The SRV will raise approximately $2 million extra over the period of the SRV period. So it's not going to resolve our issue. $2 million doesn't really get us out of our financial problems. What we have done, though, in the last 3 years in my time is we've reduced our operating expenditure significantly. I've taken $600,000 in staff positions out of the organisation, mainly in management roles, not at front-facing roles or in management roles. That's reduced our annual operating costs by $600,000. We've looked at other operating reductions to the tune of about $300,000 to $400,000. So we're in total carrying about $1 million savings forward from those savings. We've looked at new income streams. Most of those are fairly small. And again, they're not going to resolve our financial issues, but we've increased fees and charges around those facilities that are considered more commercial operated than service operated. So airport fees went up considerably 2 years ago. The sale yards fees have been going up considerably over the last couple of years. We've increased fees at our facilities, and wherever we've had opportunity to get, new income streams through sponsorship as well for any of our buildings. The other thing I should probably point out is our wages bill alone is $14 million. So our rates don't even cover our current wages bill, and our wages under the award are going up another 3.5% next week, with plus a $1,000 bonus to all staff, which is part of the award. So that's, let's say, 4.5% for ease of calculation. That's going to be offset by any rate capping that IPARC gives us for the new financial year, and we'll be further behind.
In terms of your airport, I note your submission says you run your airport with a subsidy. How much is that subsidy?
Effectively, our subsidy running at the airport is around the $400,000 mark. That's with the loan facility that we had to take out to undertake the works as well. We received some grant funding coming through, and it's effectively a facility that was losing, I think, about $150,000, if I remember rightly, and it'll be losing probably another $250,000 to $300,000.
Is the detail of that subsidy available in your financial reports?
Yes.
Yep.
Beautiful. In terms of your submission, I also noted it talked about the challenge of the distribution of the financial assistance grants from the federal government. How would you like to see that distributed?
Look, we've always asked for a bigger pie to start with, so everyone gets to share a greater amount. But certainly, we would see that some of the distribution between the metro and regional councils just probably isn't proportionate. Whilst I realise regional councils probably get more on a per capita basis, the cost of servicing our community when you've got 2,000 kilometres of road for a rate base of 6,500 assessments or 14,000 people means that our costs of delivering those services are much higher than a community that's in the 28 square kilometre community in the North Shore of Sydney with 200 kilometres of fully asphalted roads. So we find that when we're looking at the distribution of the FAG grant, that the funding amount that's going to regional councils, in our belief, should be increased. It's a very broad calculation. It's based on road length, number of bridges. It's not a very fine-tuned funding model. And when you're looking at councils like ourselves that are providing aged care services to a facility in Merriwall which has a 16-bed facility, but we're only operating at 13 beds at present, we're subsidising that facility. Now, the easy decision at an economic level is shut the facility down, but that's 13 families in Merriwall that no longer have their grandmother or mother in a facility close to home. So what do we do? local governments in Sydney aren't facing these service problems where they're picking it up. We're subsidising medical services in Murrurundi and Scone because we're trying to attract doctors to our towns, and so we're giving them reduced rental on clinics, reduced rental on residential homes. Again, the economic decision says they're doctors, they can pay their own way, but they just won't come to town if that's the solution. So I don't have the actual breakup, but there's got to be more money thrown to the regional areas. If you want the regional areas to continue to prosper, we have to recognise that these basic services need to be provided. If I look at Sydney councils, they've got excess cash and they're spending it on leisure centres and performing arts centres. That's great. It's great to be able to provide that cultural level of support to your community, but when there's communities that don't even have the basics, we need to readjust that distribution.
Thank you. Just finally, with a couple of quick questions for Gunnedah Shire Council. Gunnedah Council achieved a surplus of $4.8 million last year and delivered 112% of the required asset maintenance to maintain conditions, and your asset renewal ratio is 150%, and 76% of your assets are either in excellent or good condition. That's a marker of a successful regional council, is it not?
It is, but I guess to qualify the results a little bit, they are a point in time. So what we've found over the past few years is because of the presence of what I would call an extraordinary level of grant funding available, particularly around things like the natural disaster response, Council has been receiving significant amounts of external funding that it has then had to allocate to its capital works program, and the capital works program obviously is only reflected in the operating result by way of the depreciation effect. So the reality is we've had a massive repair bill following from the 2022 and prior floods that is still ongoing, and the receipt of some of that income does come through and is recognised as operating income. But in actual fact, if you strip that away and you also have a look at our underlying general fund performance without the effect of water and sewage and also waste operations, because we can't use waste funds to subsidise things like roads, that have to be, money for waste has to be spent on waste, as you'd probably be aware. We actually are projecting and would have been booking reasonably significant deficits. So when you take away the effect of those extraordinary items and take away the funding that has to be allocated to externally restricted reserves, the amount left over doesn't cover the level of depreciation that we're incurring year on year. And that's what our current forecasts project, because obviously they take out some of the impact of those items. Additionally, we've been quite fortunate in the grant funding space, not just around natural disasters, as would have impacted probably all councils, but for other grants as well, that has led to us being able to do a reasonable amount of work on our roads, but it's largely one-off large projects. And because of the effect of the renewal on those particular assets, our ratio has been higher than the benchmark. But again, it's a one-off impact, and so over our forward projections, we're sitting more closely in the level of about 50 to 60% for our asset renewal ratio for our road network. Yeah.
How much of your income or how much of your success would you attribute to the mines in your area, in your LGA?
It's a good question. We do get some level of external funding, or funding I should say, through by way of the presence of coal mines in the region. But generally how that comes through, I mean, they're ratepayers on one hand, so they form part of our rate base, and obviously there's a significant would be a significant effect there if those mines were no longer in the region and paying rates. That rate burden would have to be distributed back over to other areas of the rate base. So there is a positive impact from having the mines from that point of view. But the other way that council receives funding is by way of voluntary planning agreements, and they have to be negotiated with the property owners who have those mines. So there is a level of funding that comes through to support some activities towards council's budget from that side of it. But generally speaking, it's not an ongoing source of funding. And we also do incur some significant liabilities, particularly in respect of our road network, in relation to managing that mining impact. Now, we try to share that impact with the mining industry, but of course that sometimes can only go so far because of the legislative constraints that are there. So we do find that we have to manage those additional impacts as effect of that increased activity on our road network by way of our general fund budget.
Thank you. I'll now move to the Honourable Scott Farlow, who I believe has questions is online.
Thank you very much, and thank you both for your attendance today and for your submissions as well. Just really let's start with public under the council and some points that you made in the submission. Of course, roads is the issue of the day. And, I don't want to get any of my colleague on Sam Paramount's questions. With respect to what you've outlined in your submission as well, the importance of that road funding for your community, and particularly when it comes to grants. And I think you've outlined in terms of the perverse incentive, in a sense, things to actually be transferred across as regional roads in order to capture some of that funding. And I just wondered if you could expand on that a little bit from your submission.
Sorry, you're breaking up a little bit, Scott, but I'll try and pick up what I think you were saying was about the regional road. Is that about the regional road redistribution, was it?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Can you hear me a little bit better now? Or?
Yes, no, that's fine, thank you. So as the committee be aware, there's a combination of state roads, regional roads and local road networks, and there's always this pressure to try and reduce the number of local roads in your network and increase the number of regional roads in order to try and get that additional funding because the state can take on some of the funding. Having said that, even when a road becomes a regional road, you do not get full funding. You get a contribution towards the funding for that road, and it's only the state roads that are fully funded by the state. So council still has a road cost burden. What we've found is that the allocation made to council for the regional roads is never enough to fully maintain the roads, and we have to top that up. Mr. Phelps might be able to give you some figures around how much we have to top up, but it's certainly not enough from the regional road funding. One of the benefits our council does have is we've entered into a single supplier contract or RMCC contract with the Transport for New South Wales to do work on the Golden Highway, and that allows us to generate some funding from the small margin that we make on that back into our other road network. So the state government pays us to do work on their road network, and then we can use some of that to put back into our own road network, but we find that the road funding is never enough. And probably just to round out, on the regional road, there is opportunity to bid for capital grants. Now, that's once again, it's great and it allows us to upgrade poor sections of road. But one of our biggest problems is we see continued deterioration of our roads, and you don't become eligible for capital grants until the deterioration gets to quite a significant and in most cases an unsafe condition. And at that stage, you may become eligible for capital grants. But if we could get longer term operating funding to maintain these roads in a higher condition, we would be much better off. Probably the last thing I'd say on funding of the road network is when we see these spikes in capital grants given to us by the state government, and we see the Accelerated Timber Bridges program as an excellent example of this, we see the construction costs go up because the state government puts an injection of $500 million into the roads economy and says we're going to accelerate pothole patching or we're going to accelerate timber bridge repairs. There's only a limited number of contractors in the network. All the councils go out at once and start competing for the same contractor, and we saw 40% increases in bridge costs alone over the last 2 years when the accelerated programs were given. So that methodology of giving spiky grant funding just doesn't work. Number one, we struggle to plan for it. Number two, we're reliant on contractors, and the contractors know that, and they take, well, I wouldn't say they're taking advantage, they're just reacting to the market pressure, and they're increasing their prices accordingly. If we could get greater certainty, we have to do 10-year long-term financial plans. If we could get greater certainty over that 10 years, what type of grant funding was going to come in, we could plan and progress, and we could work in a more systematic process even with our adjoining councils to get even further cost benefits. But short-term, lumpy capital grants programs don't generally work real well for us.
Mr. McDonald. And Mr. McDonald, you outline in your submission as well some of the concerns that you've had in terms of the flood recovery grants as well, and some of the documentation you've needed. So I think you outline a situation of photos of 2 years ago. Can you just walk us through what that process is, and is that with Reconstruction Authority, or who are you dealing with some of these challenges?
Yeah, so the floods from 2021, late 2021, and again there was another flood event in early 2022. We were eligible for flood damage funding. Of course, that comes in a couple of different packages. There's immediate response that you can go in and just make it safe so that people can get access back to their properties. Then there's a longer term strategy of repairing the works, and then there's a final piece called betterment, where you can actually upgrade the damage to a higher level. The problem we have is there needs to be a demonstration by the council to the funding body, and I think it's being administered through Transport, is it?
Yeah, it's been administered through Transport. New South Wales resilience, I think, is the factor.
But one of our biggest problems is you must have pre-existing evidence of your road network before the flood damage. Now, small councils just don't have the resources to be able to have that photographic evidence of all of our road network in advance. So there's quite a lot of bureaucratic backwards and forwards just with the funding provided to say, trust us, we're the council, we're not trying to rip you off, we just want to repair this road. You can see the pipes being blown out of the ground, you can see the bridges being washed out, the causeway's no longer there. But the intent of that is that then they will try to determine how much of the damage was actually caused by the flood as opposed to natural wear and tear. And so they don't want to, I guess, replace a causeway that was almost going to be replaced by council and have to fund it through their own means. Now, I guess, we can give you a very high level and say, well, that was at the end of its life, that was at the beginning of its life, but we don't have photographic evidence, and it does become quite a bureaucratic process. On that, we have spent a bit over $1 million on flood damage works already, and the first payment came through last week, I believe. So it's taken us 2 years to get the first payment of $1 million through.
From New South Wales Resilience, come through Transport, that funding.
So you're, despite the bureaucratic headaches you've got in that process, the money is starting to flow and you are being able to work through these issues, but it of course doesn't sound very ideal at the moment.
No, so the money is flowing through, but I guess what I would point out is that the claim that we put in was significantly higher, and what has been agreed to is probably close to a third of the initial claim.
Effectively, with a lot of the evidence that had to be given for a lot of that flood damage that came through, initially you started to give two sources of evidence coming through, but unfortunately the line in the sand changed and you had to give 7 pieces of evidence. So it made it extremely difficult for council, especially with the limited resources that we do have, to have that availability of preconditioned photographs or preconditioned assessments prior to the flood. So who's knowing when a flood's going to hit? So it makes it extremely difficult from that method. We have had discussions in regards to about that evidence, and we've more or less just said, well, it's something that you'll learn from. But we're actually out of pocket. And being a council like we are, and as Madam Chair has actually highlighted, we have very, very limited resources and availability of cash that we've had to actually put out to make these roads safe for our community. So it's a bit of a hard pill to swallow, unfortunately.
Well, I can understand that, Mr. Phelps. So, Mr. Phelps, going through that point you just made, in terms of when that evidence was changed from 2 to 7 pieces, when did that occur? What was the instrument that changed it? And if I can also ask, in terms of how you said at the end, effectively it's a learning process, or you've been told it's a learning process. I imagine it's a huge task for the council to go and undertake its road network and do an analysis and perhaps take a photo every 6 months of the road network in case there's a flood or other natural disaster that impedes the roads. What are you doing now to manage this process and provide this evidence, so to speak, in the future?
Thank you, Mr. Faraday. So effectively, I'm not quite sure when the actual change in the evidence was required. The engineering staff had let me know that, so that was something that was advised to me. With regards to what we're going to do to try and rectify this, we've put in a number of measures now of actually a new software program that will be actually monitoring our road network and our maintenance of our road network yearly. We used to use a thing called ARB, which was a 5-year program, which was due and was done in the current year we're in now, but it's pretty well outside the actual flood damage time. So we've actually taken measures of instigating recording of our road network through software that the guys on the ground will actually drive around and actually take photos of our maintenance of our program. So going forward, I think we probably will have enough evidence for any events that may occur in the future. But unfortunately, we're still like a little bit hamstrung with our cash flow at the moment, based on the fact that we haven't had the cash flowing through in entirety from the initial flood damage.
Thank you. And one last question from me, just to Gunnedah. You've outlined in your submission some of the challenges you face in terms of the operations of council and what you have to undertake, whether it might be, water management like, and the state government legislation that governs it. Just wondering, what do you think that could be done better there in order for council to be able, for it not to be that one-size-fits-all approach effectively, and that councils are better able to cater their services to their community's needs?
That's a really good question, and I probably would say one of the biggest challenges that we have in the local government industry at the moment is the cost shifting that we face on a year-on-year basis. So there is a constant stream of increased accountabilities and responsibilities flowing down from federal and state government. So one of the things that would be ideal in our world is for that to stop to some degree, or at least be managed in a more consultative way, so that when these things are being proposed and changed, that local government has the ability to have some input into that. We also find that we, at times, not so much recently, but we get access to funding for initiatives and things like that. So a good example in our council would be, we've previously had funding to employ a youth officer on an annual basis. Now that stopped some time ago, the funding's no longer there for that purpose, but there is still quite a huge demand from the community, for example, in that space, and it'd be, with the challenges particularly that we have in Gunnedah around youth crime and things like that, that is the kind of investment that would really make a difference in the community. The council, with all of the issues and responsibilities that we carry, we don't have the ability or the luxury, I suppose, to say, well, we'll just put someone on, to fulfil that role. So the other thing that has probably already been touched on, but the availability of funding on an ongoing basis, not just on a once-off basis for these types of important areas, would be very much valued by local government. The assurance that that money would be there in the longer term, so that you can continue on, rather than these temporary injections of funding that really only allow you to do a very small piece in a short period of time, because you can't be guaranteed that the money will be there to pay for that service into the future. Regulation is just increasing all the time across most of the services that we offer. So the challenge probably is, the ongoing challenge is how do we manage that, and in such a diverse range of industries that we do offer. To streamline that is a difficult question, I suppose, but obviously cutting red tape and potentially not allowing compliance to increase further beyond where it is now, unless it's really a critical issue, would be something that we would definitely encourage. Probably would just also say, I know it's very difficult. We've had discussions with government departments previously around this matter, but things that come out from state and federal are all one size fits all. We're a small regional council, we're not City of Sydney, and yet what tends to be mandated are the benchmarks or the standards that are required from the largest councils who have the most, most volume of these types of matters to deal with. So We would definitely appreciate, whilst it would raise some complexity, some flexibility around some of the implementation of the compliance that we face, to make it a bit more fit for purpose for the size of the organisation and the size of the community that we are dealing with. How that would be affected obviously would require further consideration, but definitely there's a range of things that have come through only in the last 12 months that it doesn't matter what size council you are, you've got to take it on. And in a large city council, when you're dealing with something like public interest disclosures or those sorts of types of matters, for example, has been one of the recent changes. They might have a lot of those things, and a regional council might not have as many, but we've still got to do it. And we don't have the luxury of putting on someone just to handle that task. So we've just got to try and fit those things into what we're already doing, and that's part of the challenge we have, is just spreading ourselves thinner and thinner.
Thank you, Ms. Tidworthy. That's all from me.
Thanks, Scott. Now moving to Dr. Amanda Conn. Thank you.
Thanks so much for coming. I've only got one question because so much has already been covered in this session, but I wanted to ask Upper Hunter particularly about the airport, noting that rural airports particularly are so important for emergency services and for aeromedical transport, and you've put in your written submission that your airport's currently running at a loss. I'm interested in what income streams you do have from that airport, what work's been done in terms of, is there a possibility of passenger transport there, and if not, what support you actually need to maintain an airport?
So our airport's relatively small in regional purposes size. I guess it's can take aircraft up to about 15 tonne. We could physically run a passenger service, but there is no demand for it. We're too close to Tamworth and Dubbo for a passenger service to be economical or feasible. So the operators around our airport consist of flight training schools, chartered aircraft services. We do have a large emergency aircraft service operating out of our airport, which is very critical for our community. It's a large water bombing fleet of aircraft, and a number of smaller aircraft operators who lease or own land in and around the airport. The income streams are predominantly from landing fees. Our landing fees were very, very low when I arrived at the council 3 years ago. We did a fairly major revamp of landing fees in this financial year was the first year they applied. So just over 18 months, we started consulting with the community, and we introduced it this time last year for this financial year. It effectively put some of the fees up by 50 or 60%, and we are probably one of the highest airport landing fees around. We've had representation from aircraft users saying that we are too expensive. Having said that, we found that all the operators continue to operate from our airport. None have packed up and gone home. We know we are higher, and it's not because we want to try and disincentivise people. We need to try and recover some of the operating costs so that the community isn't paying for it. But we do recognise it serves a greater community benefit than just the users of the airport because of, I guess it allows us to address emergency services in particular through firefighting. There is economic activity that happens in and around the airport. We did a calculation about 6 months ago, and there's about 30 operators or employed people directly employed through the operation of the airport. So if you took the consideration, well, let's just close the airport because it's a loss-making activity, we know that there'd be at least 30 families impacted directly through that closure. Some of the things we've been doing is we own land adjacent to the airport, so we have continued to develop land. We did do some development early on. We're doing more development of that land. That will consist of either sales or leases of further land. We continue to have more activities at the airport to try and just generate and stimulate activity there. It brings our landing fees up a little bit as well. Some of the biggest users, though, didn't pay. The Prime Minister just recently landed, and he's exempt from paying fees because he landed in an aircraft that was owned by the Royal Australian Air Force, who had exemptions, so we didn't get our landing fee from him. But yeah, look, one of the difficulties is trying to find a balance between not putting your fees up so high that you just shut down all economic activity, but keeping them high enough that you can recoup some of the cost, because it isn't a cheap thing to operate an airport. We did talk to Minister Atkinson recently, and my suggestion was to her, as Minister for Transport, she should take an interest in our airport. Her view is that it's outside her current portfolio, and airports come under federal government. So I guess that's probably one of the problems we would see at a ministerial level, is no one really wants to take ownership of an airport. It's not considered a transport facility, although we would. It's probably considered more an economic hub, and in our case, it's not generating enough economic return to be viable, but it does generate an economic benefit to the community.
And also, I'd like to make the point also, Dr. Cohen, that with the airport itself, with our industry around there, with a lot of the horse studs, also Racing New South Wales involved with a lot of our racing side of things with our country track there, it will generate a lot of tourism into the area, and also people coming in and giving economic benefit. We are at the moment waiting on funding for another half of our runway. We're trying to upgrade our runway to bring in more tourism into the area. So the federal government has propped up $2.5 million. We're still waiting for another $2.5 million from the state, but unfortunately it hasn't been forthcoming at this point in time. But once that runway is sealed with an asphalt cover, we could probably take a higher density of plane onto that runway, and also start generating a lot more revenue from the facility as well. And that may lead to a RPT to come into the area, the regional passenger transport to come into the area, which would only benefit the community overall.
Thank you. Thanks. Just checking whether anyone else online, with the other opposition members, had any further questions. Doesn't seem to be. Stephen, did you have any questions?
No.
No? All right.
Thanks, Chair.
We might finish at that then. Thank you so much again for making time to give evidence to the hearing today. If there are any questions taken on notice or any supplementary questions, our committee secretariat will be in touch with the details of those, and you'll have 21 days to respond. Thank you again.
Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you. I will now have a short break. We ready to start? Yeah. Beautiful. Thanks so much. Welcome to the inquiry hearing, and thank you so much for making time to give evidence today. Could I ask each of you to please introduce yourself with your name, position, title, and swear either the oath or the affirmation.
Well, my name is Natalia Carolina, General Manager of City of Coffs Harbour. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I'm Amy Mott, Chief Financial Officer for the City of Coffs Harbour. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thanks so much. And would either of you like to start by making an opening statement?
Sure, I can. I've had a look at quite a bit of the transcript and obviously a lot of submissions, and having been in the driving seat of resurfacing 3 different councils, being Central Coast, Muswellbrook, and now City of Coffs Harbour, back into financial balanced books. I guess I have a pretty clear picture of how one can functionally rebalance the councils. Sure, there is a lot of noise. Sure, there are quite a lot of exceptions. But if I'm looking at a broad brush approach and not really chasing precision, in my opinion that's been well tested and proven, I would suggest that there is one single change that can make a significant improvement in the way that financial sustainability happens in councils. If we look at financial sustainability and the rate peg, and I'm not going to be suggesting actually changing the way that rate pegs are calculated, whether it should be CPI, whether it should be on valuation. I'm not wanting to just change everything and make a holistic change on everything that's happening. What is missing and what is a fundamental impact that happens every year and isn't fixed, and it automatically leads to financial unsustainability to councils, is the fact that once grants are given and they are used to build new assets, automatically the following year the council is behind, because the depreciation and the operational costs will have an impact on that. Now I'm going to put again operational costs of those particular assets as a tangential situation that can be managed for the most part operationally, but the depreciation is quite an easy impact and change that can make a significant improvement in one simple calculation coming from the rate peg. That is provided that there is an acceptance that the assets that are built for the community are being then financially supported on an ongoing basis by the community as opposed to by the government. And if that assumption holds true, then the rate peg, which gives you essentially the CPI, and now that we've augmented it to better reflect employment award increases, we have that proportion. We have then the growth index, which for population growth that is impacted. The one thing that we're missing is to say, okay, you built $60 million last year of brand new assets. I'm not talking about replacement of existing ones, brand new assets. And in general terms, what is your depreciation for that? Is it 2% or 3%, depending on whether they're many roads or big buildings or whatever they are? And then that gives you the growth that if you choose to have the population to subsidize that would remove a significant burden. Now, I understand that generally from the government perspective, we don't often deal with depreciation. It's depreciation is regarded as, and also by IFART, discussions that I've had with them multiple times, depreciation is regarded as the thing that you don't have to pay. Councils don't operate like that. Depreciation is the annual funding that you use to improve and update existing assets. That is physical cash that we spend. So that is a significant chunk that is loaded onto the P&L every year. That automatically puts us back. That automatically makes every council's general fund in a backward situation. And for those councils that are lucky enough to have water and sewer, they are obviously always profit making. We don't need to focus on those, but the general fund is where the focus should be. Without looking at anything else, that one single change will make a significant improvement.
Thank you. Did you have any other opening remarks, Ms. Mott?
No, thank you.
Okay, beautiful. We'll go to questions now. The Honourable Sam Farraway to start off, who's also appearing via video conference.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Ms. Mott and Mrs. Cowley, for attending. To you, Mrs. Cowley, with regard to grants, obviously, firstly, thank you for your comments around depreciation. I think you've covered that off well, and we've heard a fair bit of that theme throughout the inquiry. But if I could turn to grants, and we've heard that there is the volatility around local government being able to secure government grants. I suppose in your experience at Coffs Harbour, have you seen over the last 12 months less grants available for your council to apply for from the state government? And if you have been able to apply for grants, have you been successful with the grants that you were seeking from the state government?
Oh, well, probably the same as every council. Have we seen a reduction? No. Are there some that we're unsuccessful with? Yes. Are some of them more important than others, like the jetty? Yeah, we've been unsuccessful with that. But is that essentially business as usual when we expect that we would get some and lose some? Yeah, it's part of the council's operational environment. So I guess from my perspective, I don't think that as a council are we getting any less than what we would like to. And I think I'm always a bit cautious because it's great to have grants, but you still have to be able to operationalize the assets that come out of those grants. So having more grants is not necessarily a feature of success for me.
So if you had a opportunity to get a state government grant towards new infrastructure, but it didn't suit you to be able to manage the maintenance, you wouldn't take that grant?
There would be a consideration of that, and I would be prepared to push back on some grants. Has
Coffs Harbour ever had to, has Coffs Harbour City Council in your time ever had to not take grants or give back any state or federal grants?
Yep, absolutely. When I first started, we absolutely returned grants and made the news about doing so. It was an intentional management of our finances.
Right. So I think from memory, because I remember seeing this in the media, they were for swimming pools, weren't they? So the swimming pools are very expensive to maintain. So what would be the reasoning to not take any assistance for infrastructure, like community infrastructure, like a swimming pool?
Timing of procurement. So at the time that the grants were being made was just before, they were based on business cases that occurred at the time of COVID. COVID happened, the procurement and I guess the procurement drama occurred Australia-wide that really pushed the prices significantly, and suddenly the cost that we had in the business case before the restriction in overseas shipment of goods and services as part of COVID It had a direct impact on what we had been quoted to build a pool of such a size and such a size versus what had occurred 2 years later where the price had doubled. And so suddenly we had received grant funding for a couple of pools, which ended up being covering only half the price of the cost of that pool, of both of those pools. And in those instances, it would not be financially sustainable or a financially logical outcome to take the grants and have to suddenly figure out how to source $30 million ourselves for the rest of them, or something to that quantification.
So essentially, it was cheaper to give back the grant rather than negotiate a position to try and find a way through with state and federal governments.
And sure, in that particular case, it was the outcome because there were quite a lot of grants that we had a bloated set of capital works that was going to push this community in an unsustainable outcome of having to seek a special rate variation to be able to operationally maintain all the assets that we were intending to load up on the books. So I'm not suggesting that will always be the case in every forward situation, but it certainly was the case in this particular scenario.
So with regard to special rate variations, is Coffs Harbour City Council looking for special rate variation, or do you feel there is a need for a special rate variation in Coffs Harbour?
Not at this point in time.
Have you ruled that out entirely for Coffs Harbour, or it's something that you possibly need to look at? Or obviously you've raised the issue around the infrastructure with a pool, with the pools, and from memory, it's like Woolgoolga and Sawtell, I think.
Yes, that's right.
At some stage, if we're looking at how councils fund key infrastructure like pools, they're expensive. So if you couldn't find, if the cost has blown out that much, and this is a really good example to look at, if the cost has blown out that much and you, even with a grant, couldn't afford to do it, how will you replace those pools into the future?
Well, it's a business case. It will have to go through a business case. Obviously, time changes decisions. And so if we are having a situation where suddenly the cost to build and rebuild a pool facility is twice as much as what it used to be a few years ago, then you have to really consider the utilization of how many customers would go into satellite pools like Woolgoolga and Sawtell, and determine whether the amount of capital investment from that customer base really justifies the benefit that is going to be derived in an equitable community where it's not just
so I suppose, Kelly, I suppose if that's the case, obviously I know you put a very business-like lens on that, but these are not customers, essentially. They're members of the community, they're ratepayers, their kids, their families. I suppose, are you putting a business case lens on every single investment decision for the community?
Is this an interrogation with a different lens, or is it about sustainability? I'm almost hearing a member of parliament being in your ear. Okay, let me answer that question. First and foremost, I operate a business that I need to make sure that remains sustainable and delivers the services for the community. And in an equitable approach where the community needs to not be prioritized in one section of the LGA versus another section, the logic will always have to prevail, whether you wish to call that a business sense versus a heart sense. I don't operate from emotional standpoint. I operate from a logical standpoint, and I make sure that we give the community equitable service at the rates that they pay.
And Mrs. Cowley, all I did was Google Coffs Harbour Council infrastructure, and there's plenty of fodder there. I think there's plenty of the public record, but to move on, these are good examples of this committee to be able to look at how councils make the decision about their sustainability to fund infrastructure, where grants come into and their funding streams. I think they're all very worthwhile questions. A question I'd like to pose to you, because this is, Coffs Harbour is another good example of, looking at infrastructure councils build. Coffs Harbour recently built a new council chambers, or approved to build new council chambers, didn't they?
Yes, that's correct.
So what is the cost of building those new chambers in Coffs Harbour?
It's $82 million, as you would be able to find in the media.
Right. So I suppose Coffs Harbour Council is financially sustainable to be able to build such a piece of infrastructure that really doesn't service type community.
That's exactly correct. Not only have we built this significant regional asset that is going to be of a generational benefit on budget, and that is after or during the COVID period, and after the blowout in procurement costs, we have been able to successfully deliver this asset. And this asset has really, immensely shifted the cultural paradigm of Coffs Harbour, where now we have got 55% of our population that have become library members. For a regional community to be able to have such an incredible building that actually leads to generational progression and to grow the library base in 8 months, what other regional cities deliver in 10 years, is a testament to the boldness of the council before us to make this building a reality.
So obviously council chambers pulled, but yeah, nevertheless, that's the decision that obviously council and that you have made. But in terms of a business case for a local government entity like Coffs Harbour, what return on investment from pure dollars that $82 million investment make for your council?
Is that relevant to your rate pickup conversation, Minister?
The inquiry is into the ability for local government to fund infrastructure and services. So your council chambers, I suspect, is infrastructure owned by the ratepayer, and obviously we want to be able to delve into how councils can be more sustainable to fund infrastructure and the needs of councils. And I think Coffs is a great example where you're spending $82 million to build new council chambers, but you've admitted today in evidence that you've had to give back millions of dollars worth of grants because you haven't had the money to pay.
Yeah, no, let's not confuse things. So this isn't the council chamber by itself. It is quite clearly 3 stories of a library, gallery, and museum, and inevitably having a civic office next to it. So $82 million goes towards the cultural renaissance of City of Coffs Harbour, and I've just explained the return on investment that in 8 months of having our state-of-the-art library, which has been commended by the Library Council as probably one of the best in New South Wales, has led to an increase of our cultural awareness of our population, where 55% of our entire population have become library members. And we have schools bringing in their kids here on a monthly basis. We have got a whole bunch of high school students who come here after school is closed to do their HSC. This is absolutely a return on investment that you cannot only quantify numbers, but also in growth.
Mrs. Kelly, my question was, like, working into that answer you gave us about the Sawtell and Woolgoolga swimming pools earlier, about obviously a BCR, in terms of dollars, and you referred to customers at that stage, what sort of dollar investment has that $82 million investment given the ratepayers of Coffs Harbour, and is it a model that perhaps the committee should be looking at?
55% of library members and 256,000 visitors. That's the return on investment.
Percentage as in a return on investment from the 82 million.
You know, that's not, no, that's where perhaps you're misleading the conversation. This building is not providing a financial return on investment like a bank to its residents.
So
this is providing growth and cultural awareness. 55% of the population of this LGA are members of the library that is housed in this $82 million facility. And we've had 256,000 visitors over 8 months. So that's the return on investment when you consider services.
Thank you, Mrs. Cowley. Thank you for answering that. So with regard to funding infrastructure in the Coffs Harbour local government area, do you apply the same BCR or the same criteria, for instance, to the swimming pools or the toilet blocks versus a cultural centre? Do you apply the same metric in terms of return, or do you look at a different metric depending on the type of infrastructure?
It's not done on a return on investment. They're all done based on business cases and assets and based on what the community is requiring. So we have got an elected body that determines what might be a priority based on the lobbying from community members. We don't build assets based on return on investment. The specific example I gave about returning the grant funding for the pools was based on the fact that the grant funding was not going to deliver the assets that we have requested to be built because the world's financials have changed in the construction of those assets. But that is not a return of investment calculation on which we determine whether to build an asset or not.
I've had enough time, Chair. I'll hand it to whoever's next.
Thanks. I'll hand now to Dr. Amanda Conn. Thank you.
I had one last question for Mrs. Cowley, and then you can have a rest, and I've got a question for Bellingen Council. I was also interested in media reporting of job losses and cancellation of community events in Coffs Harbour, including Refugee Week, Harmony Day, Seniors Week, that resulted in a fair bit of community backlash. We've heard through this inquiry about changing community expectations of local government in recent decades, and that local governments across the state are starting to fill a greater role in a whole variety of areas, and you know, the ways that I suppose councils are challenged to fund that. That's why we're doing this whole inquiry. So I'm interested in your perspective of the community expectation or the community demand for those services, and I suppose what support's needed for the community in Coffs Harbour to actually have those events put on.
Look, so council operates a process of community-led events that we facilitate. And so in terms of Refugee Week or Harmony Day, the Harmony Day and One Under the Sun events did indeed occur. What council believes is that we are not experts in every area, and as a refugee resettlement zone, there are better providers that are more in touch with the elements of the community that particular events are involved in. And so the council plays a facilitator role, not a lead role. So we are there to support some of those events, whether financially or facilitate involvement between community groups, but really the holders of the most expert information are community members who actually are best placed to run those events.
Okay, and just to follow up, do you perceive that there's some difference between Coffs Harbour and other communities in New South Wales where communities have an expectation that local government's providing those sorts of events and community engagement?
Look, I haven't been analysing other local government areas and what they do and how they operate their particular local government area. All I can comment on is the fact that we lead pilot events and we support events and we operate under the proviso that there are experts in the community that can do a better job than what we can, whether we have one person, two people, three people. We will be all experts in the areas that the events are led, and so we believe in the concept of collaboration and facilitation through financial mechanism for some of those events. So we're not suggesting those events don't occur. We're just saying that in some of those events we don't take a lead because we're not experts.
Okay, and for those particular events that I mentioned that I'd read about in the media reporting, does that mean those events will be on in future?
Well, we had provided financial support for the refugee event and the One Under the Sun event, so absolutely they will be proceeding to go ahead as long as there are the community organisations are happy to lead and drive those.
Thank you. And my apologies, I thought that we had a representative of Bellingen Shire Council on the WebEx as well, but I've just been informed that's not correct. So I don't have a question for Bellingen in their absence.
Yeah, apologies. Yeah, sorry, we made an error with the initial draft hearing schedule, so we thought Bellingen was online today, but they unfortunately aren't. I'm just looking to my colleague, the Honourable Stephen Lawrence, to see if some questions. No, a lot of mine have been answered already, but I noted in the start, Mrs. Cowley, you mentioned you were talking about depreciation and some changes or possible changes to that. That's something that we've heard from a number of councils about and their frustrations with, the way depreciation currently impacts them. I'd just invite you to sort of explain a bit further about what it is that you're proposing and how that would work in reality.
Sure. My proposal is that a fairly simple calculation is added to the rate peg calculation, provided that IGARD is supportive of that, where there is a third element that is added to the rate peg component on an annual basis. The first element being obviously the rate peg, the second being the population growth that they provide, and the third is simply a financial request from each council to identify the total amount of new assets that have been built for the previous period and provide the rate, the depreciation, the average depreciation rate for that bulk of capital assets, and that would provide the annual average depreciation impact that should need to be included in the calculation of the rate peg and spread across the ratepayers.
Some of the other witnesses that we've heard from in this inquiry have talked about the problems with there being no sort of uniformity in the way the depreciation is applied. So some people depreciating assets over 300 years versus others over, a more realistic, perhaps 50 years. And the other issue that we have heard raised is about these sort of non-realisable assets, such as roads and drains and other things that, councils can't exactly pick up and sell. What would you say to that, and how would that sort of be included, if at all?
I think my personal opinion is that the discrepancy in the depreciation rate might be a bit more of a noise. All of councils are being audited by the audit office or via contractors to the audit office. And that often would ensure that when financial statements are being provided, are being audited, that review of depreciation is part of the audit process, and that ensures consistency between councils. Now, if some councils choose to say that this particular asset might be should stay there only for 20 years because they're closer to the ocean, therefore they depreciate faster than some that might be in inland Australia, well, that's fine, and that would enter into the conversation of the calculation by having the average depreciation rate, which would come out of the councils themselves, So they would be able to say that, you know, the assets that they've built that are brand new, they might be an, you know, $82 million building, or they might be a pool, or it might be whatever it is, and then they might provide the average rate based on that particular body of capital works. So I think the inconsistency is not something that really will play a part when you're leading with the council, providing that information.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions, but I'm just looking to my colleagues who don't appear to either. Were there any final remarks that you wish to make or anything else that you would like to have included for today?
No, we don't. Thanks.
Look, thank you once again for taking time to give evidence to the inquiry. The committee secretariat will be in touch with you if there are any questions on notice or supplementary questions, and you'll have 21 days to respond to those. Thank you again, ladies. Thanks.